Good afternoon and welcome back to WillBrattonWx. We are live out here covering this enhanced 3 out of 5 risk issued by the Storm Prediction Center. And we've got quite the lot going on. So we're going to get right into things here. But you can see the 2 out of 5 slight risk in the mid-Atlantic, all the way through the Tennessee Valley and back through the Carolinas. And then our main event up in the Northern Plains tonight, where we do have an enhanced risk for severe weather, including a more recently developed risk for the potential for a strong tornado. Definitely not able to be ruled out at this point, as the latest model guidance has definitely trended in that direction. So we're going to be taking you through everything that you need to know tonight so that you can stay aware. Feel free to leave throughout the night and jump back in whenever the weather is headed your way, or just follow along with us if you want to stay weather aware through the whole night. Looking out things right now, we do have our initial convection just beginning to fire off out in eastern Montana, and portions of Wyoming as well. So we can see a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings already in place. These are just for 60-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail, nothing crazy. Another one down here with some slightly larger hail with 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. But something important to note is that none of these storms are particularly moving very quickly. All of them are moving at around 20 to 25 miles an hour, maybe getting towards 30 miles per hour. So not the most rapidly developing situation, which is definitely going to play a role in our storm mode for later this evening. Because as any of these storms, such as this one between Buffalo and Gillette, if any of them can stay semi-discrete like this and begin to just keep slowly moving along and not interacting with any other convection, we could definitely see that elevated risk for tornadoes. And again, that region for tornadoes is going to be up here in the Dakotas mostly. I can go ahead and show that in just a second here. As I'll pull down, and you can view this yourself at our website, WillBrattonWx.com. You can see this elevated tornado risk where we have had a 10% and a SIG 1 risk put in place by the Storm Prediction Center this afternoon. So we are definitely looking at, or I guess right before this afternoon, it was like 11:45 a.m. this morning, right before noon, Central Time anyway. So definitely looking at a more elevated risk here in the Dakotas, especially really right at the tri-state region of the Dakotas and Montana, and even inching back down towards the northeasternmost corners of Montana. So of Wyoming, excuse me. So definitely got a lot of things to cover tonight. And then back in the Tennessee Valley, they've also gone ahead and upgraded us to a 5% risk there as well. And honestly, when they had only a 2% this morning, I was slightly surprised, given that with these MCV type of events, essentially just a lot of localized spin at the surface. So these storms will be kind of revolving around some sort of a low level pressure system, or a low pressure system at the surface, essentially. So all the winds at the surface will just be kind of propagating around this thing like this. So that is the type of situation a lot of times when you have the orographic features in place like you do in Tennessee as well, you can definitely get a good bit of low level spin there. So in the lowest 1 kilometer, you'll definitely have that localized spin. You're not going to have it super high in the atmosphere. We're not going to have that upper level support tonight, but we're definitely going to have that tornado risk in place in Tennessee, Kentucky, maybe even getting, just north of the Memphis area down towards areas like Caruthersville in Missouri there. So definitely plenty of things to talk about tonight. In terms of our wind risk, we're all over the place. So we have a much larger SIG 2 now, and that is going to be for basically the entire border of Montana and North Dakota. We also have a SIG 1 risk that is going to be extending for much of that region in the Northern Plains as well. And then back down in Texas, we have a more conditional SIG 1 risk in place where we could see some localized, very strong winds associated with some of these inverted V soundings that we're seeing, essentially. So a lack of moisture at the surface and moisture aloft. So you get these elevated thunderstorms, and as they collapse, they push out crazy amounts of mass down to the surface very quickly. And you can get some very damaging winds associated with those. Also, throughout basically from the Ozarks all the way into the mid-Atlantic and the Carolinas, you can see that elevated risk for some wind damage as well. So that is definitely something that we'll continue to watch for tonight. Obviously, we're going to be focusing on the tornado risk the most, but we will also be covering some of those other damaging weather threats as well. Back at our hail threat, we're really just focused up in the north here into the Northern Plains. So tracking back into Utah even a little bit for Salt Lake City, they could see some isolated areas of severe hail I wouldn't expect anything to get larger than like an inch and a quarter or anything like that back in that region. But as we get into the Dakotas and into eastern Montana, even in Nebraska too, and especially in the Panhandle region, we could definitely see a lot more of that hail getting into the mix. But this is really going to be conditional on the initial convection. So essentially, what we're looking at here is as these storms form this kind of bowing segment that's going to be encompassing a large portion of the western half of North Dakota and the northern portion of South Dakota, that cluster of storms will lower our risk for significant hail. That's probably why we don't have a SIG 2 risk in place, because our storm mode is going to limit how long our window is to even get significant hail. So definitely the risk for damaging hail nonetheless. But we are here, we are live. We're going to be covering everything in detail. Our only considerable severe thunderstorm warning, which was down here in Montana, has just been downgraded. So that is a good sign, as those storms have weakened a little bit. That was an elevated hail threat is what we were looking at there. So looking into the chat, it looks like we've got Weather Wisdom in the chat, always a staple here. It says, as a New Yorker, I'm not excited about the heat coming because it's going to feel like a tropical rainforest. That is true. I'm not ready for that either. Fort Knox, Kentucky got 16 inches of rain overnight. And the governor of Kentucky says a handful of Kentuckians were lost today. That's horrible news. Yeah, the amount of rain that's fallen down there has been pretty ridiculous. It really just, that entire region, to be honest with you, it's not just Kentucky. Areas like Tennessee and the northern portions, even of Mississippi and Alabama, just this whole area through here has gotten a ton of rain recently, and especially last night in Kentucky was pretty ridiculous, and even in portions of like southern Illinois and Indiana as well, maybe even areas like Cincinnati a little bit and into West Virginia. But a lot of rain has fallen, and we're not done yet. Plenty more is coming over the next really 3 days until things are really going to calm down a lot as we get towards Tuesday. So we will have another forecast video coming out on Monday, and we'll also be broadcasting on Monday with a couple of storm chasers most likely. And then from there on out, things are going to calm down a good bit for us, which will be nice. We've really had a very active June, especially, at least compared to what you see this time of the year a lot of the time. So it'll be nice to have a little bit of relief, especially in areas like Illinois that have just been absolutely hammered. So we will continue to cover everything, though. Just our coverage will be a little less frequent. We've been going kind of hardcore recently as things have been extremely active, but that is okay. That is part of the job, of course, and we're happy to do it. But things will definitely be calming down just a little bit, so you'll be stuck with me a little less often. You won't have to listen to my voice quite as frequently. So that will be relief. Let's go ahead and check in on some of these storms down here in Montana. As you can see, a lot of them are looking somewhat impressive here, where we've just got some solid general thunderstorm development going on. Nothing crazy, nothing really rotating, just a lot of general thunderstorms here. Maybe a few rotating updrafts trying to get going in the southern end of Montana, excuse me. We got Liam Wolf in the chat saying he just subscribed and a YouTuber told him about this channel, so I decided to check it out. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, and I'm grateful to whichever YouTuber it was that sent you. We've gotten a lot of shout outs recently, so I'm very grateful for all the support in the community. It's been really cool to see. Yeah, nothing looking crazy impressive with any of these hail cores. These are very young storms. We are early into the evening here. So it's only 4 p.m. Central Time right now, and we've got a long ways to go. We'll probably be live for maybe 7 hours. Might be fair, might be a good estimate. So it'll be a long broadcast tonight, but that's okay. We're here for it. We're prepared. It'll be a good one and a fun one, and hopefully we don't get the type of tornadoes that we are expecting, as we don't want to see any kind of damage or devastation. But we will be here to cover anything that happens so that you can stay aware and stay safe regardless of what happens. But obviously our number one hope is always that nothing happens, so that we don't get people getting hurt. Let's take a trip down to the Carolinas, as we do have a lot of action with this line of thunderstorms blowing through. These are just going to be a lot of elevated types of storms producing some damaging winds is we do have a couple of rotating updrafts in areas like Greenville, for example, out in North Carolina. Looks like we have sort of a supercell trying to get going here near Mackey's and Roper, but it's not very impressive. But potentially a little bit of a supercell trying to get going out there, possibly two competing updrafts over there near Roper and Mackey's. And that one's going to move off into the Atlantic eventually here. Down in South Carolina, we do have a cluster of storms pushing through areas like Lockhart and towards Chester, which is a pretty populated area. This one's going to be packed with a little bit of a punch. We could have up to maybe 70-mile-per-hour winds with this one, so it's possible that we see this one get upgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, but for now, it is not. It's just tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds. Back in Kentucky, of course, that's where things have been pretty chaotic here, as we do have a flash flood warning emergency going on here. So, yeah, this has been pretty crazy stuff. This is a particularly dangerous situation out there. You don't see flash flood warning emergencies all too terribly often, so it's definitely really concerning when they do happen. Aside from that, we have tons of thunderstorms beginning to push through that area. Again, that's kind of just this MCV deal where these surface winds are just coming up and around this thing. So we're just going to continue to watch this as it propagates off towards the east. And as it does into the evening hours, the storms on the southern side of it down here are definitely going to pose well, I guess more like in this area, are definitely going to pose the greatest risk for any tornadoes. So we will continue to stay with that and monitor it as well. We do have a little bit of a Boeing segment through areas like McDaniels, Glendean, going towards Custer, Hudson, Hardinsburg, and Big Spring out here in Kentucky. So this one just got a severe thunderstorm warning placed on it for wind damage. As you can see, that Boeing segment really starting to kick out there with some pretty strong winds coming in at around 2,400 feet, potentially getting up to 65 miles per hour or so. So at the surface, probably looking at about 60. That's a pretty good estimate. We also have a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings in Indiana here, at least in the southernmost portions of Indiana. These are all going to be for wind as well. This one near Winslow, tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Liam saying it was Evan Freiberger. Well, I appreciate that. He's been very kind to us to give us a shout out, and we sat down with him and had some long conversations, and I think his views align with ours. He's a good guy, so I appreciate him sending you guys our way, and I appreciate you guys stopping in. I see Lorian in the chat clocking in from somewhere in Europe. I don't know if she's in England or if she's in Belgium or where she is right now. I don't remember where the last place she is at, but yeah, she's in London today. Okay, what nice. So, Lorian, I don't know if I told you officially, but it is pretty much confirmed, all but confirmed anyway, that I am going to be going to Scotland. So I will be not terribly far from London. I'll be out in Aberdeen at the end of the month for a few days, in the first couple days of August. And then you'll be happy to hear this. I'm moving back to Starkville a little bit early. I'll be moving in around like the 5th or 6th or so of August. So you'll be happy to know that, because then we can go to Casa. We did just get a considerable severe thunderstorm warning slapped over here in Montana for Bighorn County, and that one's going to be tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds and up to base tennis ball sized hail. So we are already seeing some of these storms, and this must have been kind of a recent development with some of these hail cores, because it didn't look super impressive a few minutes ago. But it's probably just observed. It doesn't look unbelievably impressive to me on radar, in all honesty. So let's check. No, radar indicated. I guess they're just being cautious because these are probably going to blow up and get to that point. There's a lot of instability available for these to become big hail producers. That's why initial convection is posing such a large concern for hail. But again, our hail risk is going to fall off significantly pretty much the second that storms end up in a line, kind of like these ones down here. But any storms that can remain discrete or semi-discrete, like this one on the southern end between Buffalo and Gillette, those are going to be the ones for the greatest hail risk, or those ones are going to present the greatest hail risk, I should say. Oh, one thing I guess I ought to do. Okay. So we are just about settled in here. There's Adrian in the chat. I figured he would be here. Adrian might be out in the field on Monday storm chasing. It's unlikely, but possible. And we are expecting Norman Smith to get out there on Monday, especially because things are probably going to calm down for the foreseeable future after Monday. It'll be more mesoscale days, things that are a lot harder to prepare and get to as a storm chaser unless it's in your neck of the woods where you're living. So we'll be live less often and have less storm chasers available in the field. So I'm expecting that a couple of our wonderful affiliated chasers will probably get out in the field on Monday. We actually did just make a really big storm chaser signing that we're really excited to announce, hopefully coming soon. And we just finished up a little bit of a documentary from Alan's tornado intercept on June 17th. So that's going to be coming out tomorrow as well. We're really excited about all of this content that we've got coming out soon here. Logan White saying, is there a chance that Monday is a big day? Absolutely. There's absolutely a chance that Monday is a big day. A lot of models are hinting towards a lot of divergence, a lot of rising motion, plenty of instability to work with, a lot of a very favorably sheared environment as well. So definitely looking somewhat favorable for a pretty big day on Monday. One last punch before things really calm down with that ridge and heat wave that we're going to have coming after that. So our severe weather risk at that point is going to shift significantly from where we've been looking at a lot of tornadoes and a lot of big hail, damaging winds, and it's going to be don't melt is going to be the new message going into next week. So yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Weather Wisdom. I've spent time down in Arizona. My grandparents used to live out there, and that dry heat, you can sit out there in 110-degree heat, and as long as you're in the shade, it can be pretty comfortable. Or it can be not as viciously uncomfortable as you'd expect, I could say. But similarly, I can be here in St. Louis, and we could have a really hot and humid day where it's only like 80 degrees or 85 degrees, but it's really humid and it's absolutely miserable. So yeah, that humidity, it can really take a hold of you. It can grab you by the horns and throw you right into a brick wall at 99 miles an hour. So we are continuing to monitor things out here. Let's go ahead and take a quick look back into Florida. I don't think I've paid any attention to Florida thus far anyway. We've got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. We do have a terminal radar that we can look at out here. And these storms are just tagged with 60-mile-per-hour winds. Nothing crazy. Small hail as well out here in Florida. Just common air mass daytime thunderstorms that you get in the afternoon in the summer in Florida, basically every single day. And for those who don't know what we're talking about, essentially you get the converging sea breezes that converge in the middle of the peninsula, and then that air is forced to rise when it gets there. So you get all these air mass thunderstorms that pop up. They don't really move that fast, and or sometimes they don't even move at all, and they just take up really the entire middle of the peninsula out in Florida. So very, very common, very normal for this time of year. Some of them will reach severe thresholds, but none of them are ever going to be, super damaging. It takes other synoptic features for those to really get going. As our hail core is definitely getting a little more impressive just southwest of Crow Agency, west of Garryowen, out here in Montana. Because that one is definitely beginning to tower up a little bit. And you can see some of those silvers just barely sneaking in there. There she is right there. Right there. Yeah, you can see some of those silvers just barely sneaking in there. So definitely getting into the region of a damaging hail threat up there. Near Glasgow, we do have an extension on this severe thunderstorm warning to the north, as these cells are all starting to kind of get a little bit messy here as they head towards the Canadian border. These ones are kind of going northward here before our main severe weather threat gets underway, as that low pressure system begins to propagate through the northern plains here, and we get a little bit of, our shortwave driven trough, really, not like a full low pressure system, I should say, but a shortwave driven trough begins to make its way through the northern plains. We got Calamity Jess in the chat saying, do you think Monday is more of a tornado threat or wind/hail? Not that it matters since I'll be dead from working outside during the day. Yeah, I definitely think we could see a little bit of a tornado threat going on Monday. At least my initial concern right now is the potential for a little bit of tornado action there on Monday. But really, it's probably going to be an all hazards day where everything is on the table out in the northern plains. I can go ahead and show what the Storm Prediction Center has outlined anyway. They don't get into categorical outlooks, probabilistic outlooks for individual hazards on the day 3 outlook, but they do have an area where we have increased confidence that we could see severe weather out here. Now, they've left this very broad intentionally because we don't know exactly where things are going to set up yet. It's going to also depend a lot on what happens on Sunday, tomorrow, for Monday. So we'll see exactly what happens. And there's a lot of disagreement in model runs of the same models and also of differing models on exactly where this low pressure system is going to set up and where that cold front is going to set up and how far north the warm front will be allowed to push. Because the further north that warm front can push, the more concerning things would get, as that warm sector would be pretty active for the potential for some discrete supercells capable of producing potentially strong tornadoes. But if this warm front stays further south, we'll be looking at more of just a line of thunderstorms with a wind damage threat with some embedded tornadoes. So that hail and significant tornado threat will definitely increase if we have increased confidence that that warm front will be able to push a little bit further to the north. Logan White saying we've got a new tornado watch in South Dakota, Nebraska, and North Dakota. Yep, that's not surprising at all. We're definitely going to need a handful of watches throughout the evening here tonight, probably lasting into the overnight hours till around maybe midnight to 1 a.m., something like that Central Time. So we'll see how things keep rocking and rolling out here. Let's go ahead and check in on our hail producers down here. And again, we are just east of Billings here. Yeah, definitely starting to get those targets a little more elevated there, especially this cell that's near Garryowen and Crow Agency. This one's definitely the most concerning of the bunch right now. But it is interesting to see that we're already seeing a little bit of a messier storm mode. So that could definitely, if this is going to be the trend tonight, it could significantly limit our tornado threat. So that is definitely something to continue to monitor closely here, as our flash flood warning emergency in Kentucky was lifted. But we do still have a considerable flash flood warning in place down here. So this is what the map's looking like right now. All of these thinner lines that don't have the black outline, these are going to be your normal flash flood warnings. And then the ones with the thicker black line are going to be your considerable flash flood warnings. And of course, the yellow polygons are your severe thunderstorm warnings. And we do actually have another considerable flash flood warning up here for areas near Jasper and Petersburg out here in Indiana. So that's going to be for Harrison, Bullitt, Hardin, and Meade counties in Indiana. Also Pike County in Indiana, under a considerable flash flood warning. In Kentucky, we have Boyle, Casey, Grayson, Greene, Hardin, Hart, LaRue, Lincoln, Marion, Nelson, Taylor, and Washington counties, all within considerable flash flood warnings, excuse me. All right, let's check in on the storms a little bit back to the north near Glasgow, up here in northeastern Montana, as they are continuing to kind of spin their way up to the north. Just a lot of precipitation out here, really. Definitely got the threat for some damaging winds as well. Kind of a bizarre storm setup here, to be honest with you. Very, very strange one, but that's normal. We're going to see a lot of strange things tonight. We do have an area of a potential inflow section here just south of Richland where we could end up getting a rotating updraft going here. As there is a lot of lightning near my house right now. Let's go ahead and check in on my neck of the woods, just because things are kind of calm at the moment and we have time, so why not? Out here in St. Louis, we do have a couple of thunderstorms going on, nothing crazy. Let's see, go from the terminal airport out here. So I live out in this area. I'm not going to tell you exactly where I live, but I live out in that area down here in St. Louis, and I just got a notification on my phone saying that there was lightning like 0.2 miles from me, is what it said. 0.4 miles from me. But there's not really anything crazy going on near me, so I don't know. I don't know what all that's about. Downtown St. Louis has got some thunderstorms going on, and northwest of town, plenty of storms beginning to get themselves going, and they're kind of moving up to the north almost. So just some pop-up showers and thunderstorms. We did actually get an upgrade to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for that cell in South Carolina that I was talking about earlier, headed towards Chester. So this one is now tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is what we were looking at a little bit ago. In fact, this is kind of crazy. They were seeing upwards of 90-mile-per-hour winds at 2,000 feet one scan ago. So this was upgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Chester and York counties in South Carolina. This one's definitely posing the risk for some damaging winds. Nothing else really super threatening there. Maybe some small hail. Nothing really crazy, though. And we got Weather Wisdom in the chat saying, congrats on 600 subs. Thank you very much. We have a lot of cool things coming. Like I said, we got a documentary coming out tomorrow. That is going to be a lot of fun. Very cool stuff. We also have more things in the works that I can't exactly share what they are, but a lot of really cool stuff coming. I'm really excited about it. And again, we're going to be doing full coverage on Monday as well, including Storm Chasers. So that will be good as well. But yeah, we are up to 635 subscribers at the moment, which is awesome. Really, really grateful for all of the support here. Out in Montana, we are still in this considerable severe thunderstorm warning tagged with tennis ball sized hail. This one's near Gary Owen and Crow Agency. There's also a lot of just thunderstorms, hail, like maybe some slightly smaller hail and some wind ongoing in areas like Hardin and Foster. There's all sorts of storms just beginning to fire off down here in southern Montana. We did just get a considerable severe thunderstorm warning slapped on here and this was formerly under a severe, considerable severe thunderstorm warning as well. So this is not the first one that we've seen on this line of thunderstorms. It's now tagged for golf ball sized hail. And this was radar indicated here. So a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, and these are all in a radar hole. This is literally the best picture that we can get on these storms, unfortunately. So we are looking pretty elevated in the atmosphere. Definitely a couple of rotating updrafts that you can see. Again, we're looking 20,000 feet in the air. So we're looking at we're looking at like the top of these updrafts. Not actually, but like we're looking really high up into the atmosphere. And so this fast rotation, for example, is not indicative of what's going on near the surface, where like right here at the moment, you see this tight velocity couplet. Obviously, it's not anything crazy, but you see these tight velocity couplets, and you have a little bit of a rotating updraft going on there for sure. But there's no real way to know exactly what these storms look like at the surface, unless you have chasers out there. And we do have a couple of people out there, including Daniel Shaw. How about that? As he's headed out that direction right now. He's just in the northeasternmost corner of Wyoming at the moment. There are all sorts of chasers. We've got a bunch in Canada too right now that are riding along the border, waiting for some of these to potentially sneak up that direction. Plenty of folks in Montana making their way out towards these storms near Wolf Point and Fraser. So lots of chasers out and about tonight, which makes sense. Alrighty. So we are in business here tonight. Definitely a lot of potential for some severe weather. And I mean, we're going to get severe weather. That's that's kind of the floor. We're definitely getting severe weather tonight. The question is, how severe do we get, and what hazards are we going to get? So, and again, our storm mode is largely going to be dependent on, excuse me, our hazards are largely going to be dependent on our storm mode. So again, if we can maintain a discrete storm mode for a while, we'll definitely be looking at an elevated risk for that baseball plus sized hail, plus the elevated risk for tornadoes, and possibly a strong tornado too, if anything can stay discreet. The environment is pretty conducive out in this neck of the woods out here. So the environment is pretty conducive up here. So if we can get a storm to stay discreet, we definitely could see a little bit of that action going on with the potential for a strong tornado. We do have a flash flood emergency that was just put back in place for Gibson and Pike counties in Indiana. So this is saying, let's see, floodwaters have entered structures in Oakland City and water rescues have occurred. Between 4 and 10 inches of rain have fallen, with additional amounts up to 2 inches possible. So flash flooding is already occurring. We do have floodwaters getting into buildings. So this is a really concerning situation here, as emergency management have reported this. So this is a catastrophic tagged flash flood warning here. So a very, very concerning situation down here for Petersburg, Winslow, Oakland City, Innisville, Spurgeon, Mackey, Somerville, Francisco, what is this, Cato? So definitely a very concerning situation down there. Lots of significant flooding going on here in Indiana. So again, just for a little bit of a zoom out reference on where we're at, we are in southwestern Indiana down here. So here's kind of the Indiana state line that I can go ahead and highlight. And our flash flood warning is down here in this magenta circle. So yeah, definitely a very threatening flash flooding event going on down there right now in Gibson and Pike counties in Indiana. So you want to make sure if you're in that area, you're getting to some sort of high ground if you can. All right, going back over to Montana, we did see this considerable severe thunderstorm warning get downgraded back to a regular. So no longer baseballs falling out of the sky. We are seeing still some, somewhat damaging hail here with 60-mile-per-hour winds. And this is tagged for $half sized hail here. So 1.25 inches, nothing crazy, but still can deal a little bit of damage. A little further east, we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning still in play. This one is still tagged for that ping pong ball or golf ball sized hail. And it's also tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds. So still a lot of threat going on in Montana as well. And again, we are expecting things to ramp up pretty quickly when they get going here. So we are going to we're going to keep a very tight watch on things. Yeah, this is definitely really, really concerning to see with the multiple flash flood warning emergencies that we've had put in place today. We had one in Kentucky not long ago, and we have this one active right now in Gibson and Pike counties in Indiana here. And again, we're seeing flooding entering buildings here in this area, and they're still getting rained on, and they're not going to be done for a little while here. They're still going to get more rain. Um, so really sad stuff going on down there. I hope everybody's okay out there. Back in South Carolina, our considerable severe thunderstorm warning with 70-mile-per-hour winds we talked about a little while ago is now in Lowry's and Chester, beginning to move towards areas like Richburg, Rodman, Lando, and Edgemore. Areas like Cornwall, you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, but you're probably all right there, as it looks like the convection. Now, you still could get smacked with some pretty strong winds, but you're not going to get, stormed on, like they are in Lowry's, for example, as we speak, and then headed towards Rodman, Edgemore, and Lando. We'll go ahead and get a little bit of a zoom out here and give you a look at the Carolinas as this line is beginning to push on through. I'll pull a few frames back and we'll start rolling with some things here. Okay. Let's try that again. Here we go. We got ST Win in the chat. How you doing, my friend? Good to see you. Is there a new area to watch for tropical development? I haven't really looked much at the tropics. I'll let this keep looping. I'll take a look at the National Hurricane Center, but I haven't really taken a look at the tropics, to be honest with you. We do actually in the Atlantic have our first disturbance out in the Atlantic, where we have a 20% chance of cyclone formation within the next 7 days. This is not a very confident scenario here. Out in the Pacific, we also have an area where there's a 50% chance of a cyclone in the next 7 days. I can go ahead and show these graphics really quickly from the National Hurricane Center here. As this is out in the Pacific, where you do have a 50% chance of a cyclone forming in the next 7 days here. Only a 10% chance it happens within the next 2 days. And then out in the Atlantic, just off the coast of Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina, you can see we do have a 20% chance of cyclone formation there, with no real threat of it forming within the next 48 hours. All right, let's go ahead and head back to Montana towards Powder River and Rosebud counties. That is where we are seeing the considerable severe thunderstorm warning still in place, where we do have a handful of rotating updrafts here. I mean, these are kind of possibly the first semi-discrete supercells that we've had tonight, but we can't get a picture on them to really tell what they actually look like, as they are in the middle of a radar hole. So the lowest picture we can get is like 18,000 feet in the air. So unless we can get a little closer here, yeah, we really can't. I mean, this is just unfortunate. That's just one of the realities that we have to live within. We have certain bounds here in our current meteorological state. We don't have as many weather balloons as we like. And we also don't have as many radars as we would like. Something I can show is I'll show this map here. So this is from, I may as well just, there we go. This is from NOAA here. So essentially what we're looking at is the map of where our radar holes are. So one of the things that you'll notice here is that in this white area that I'm about to draw pink on, that's kind of where our storms are at right now. And that area is a giant radar hole, as you can see here. So unfortunately, it's just impossible to get a great picture on storms out in that area. We really need a radar right on this pink dot. We need one on this pink dot. We need one on this pink dot. We need one on this pink dot about, and we need one over here on this pink dot and another one down here on that pink dot. Those are the most concerning areas for me. Oh yeah, and also up here in northeastern New Mexico would be fantastic. So if we could get radars in those spots, that would be really a game changer for real-time severe weather analysis. And then other ones that would be nice to have, one more in South Dakota would be really nice, especially for northern Nebraska. Having another radar out here in North Carolina would be nice, but it's not super necessary. Same thing with like Northern Virginia or like the border of West Virginia here. Not unbelievably necessary, but it would be helpful. And maybe one up here in Minnesota. These are, ones that we don't like need some of these, but a lot of the ones on the map here that I'm putting those pink dots in, we really do need. One over here would be really nice out in the Nebraska Panhandle too. So a lot of areas of concern where we have radar holes on the map. And obviously, as we know, we're not getting enough weather balloon launches right now. So that is half the issue in terms of our model outputs. So if you wonder why meteorologists have not been as accurate this year, it's mainly because we haven't had enough data for our model runs and for us to make our own meteorological analysis. We need that data in order to look forwards, and we're not getting a lot of it right now. We're missing a lot of our weather balloon launches, and so again, there's just different realities that we're bound within that we have to be aware of. We'll jump back to South Carolina for a quick minute and check on these storms, as they are definitely weakening a little bit over the last scan. So this considerable severe thunderstorm warning will probably be downgraded to just a regular severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-per-hour winds as these storms continue to propagate towards areas like Richburg, Rodman, Lando, Edgemoor, maybe towards Catawba, and eventually towards Lancaster, though they may not actually hit Lancaster depending on the trajectory they take and just how far they go to the north, and also how far they train down to the south as well. As you can see, some other little bits of convection trying to form down there. Now, I think Lancaster is going to get hit with some storms regardless, but they may just fall apart a little bit before they get there. So how strong those storms will be to be determined. All right, we are going to be getting a live hit here in just a minute from Adrian, who is out and about right now and has got something cool to share with us. So give me just a minute as I get him set up to bring him in. All right, let's go ahead and hear from Adrian. Adrian, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty okay today. You doing all right, Will?
I'm doing all right.
Hold on. Might be easier to do it like this.
Sure.
Okay. So we are sitting here in Iuka, Mississippi, here in Tishomingo County, and what we have behind us here in celebration for the 250-year anniversary of the United States of America, what this beautiful nonprofit has done is they brought the Vietnam War Memorial that usually sits in Washington, D.C. They've actually condensed it down, made it so it can be traveled, and they have set it up here, and they're going to continue setting it up here through locations all across the country. So here, as you can see, it's a scale replica of the Vietnam War Memorial with some extra additions, including different wars across different modes of recent history. But as you can see, you have the names of everyone who has fallen here in Afghanistan in 9/11. That's what this hit is right here. And then you have the Vietnam side of it down here, where you actually have every name listed of the fallen soldiers from the Vietnam War. You also have the Cold War, the Korean conflict, all of our fallen soldiers and all the fallen names that they were able to list. It's very special as we near the 250-year anniversary of our country. It's something really cool this nonprofit's been able to do, and it's really sombering.
Yeah, that's really awesome. So where exactly is this at again?
So right now they're in here in Iuka, Mississippi, in Tishomingo County. I believe they're going to be here for the next day or so before they head out. I'm not sure exactly where their next location is. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to work on and see if I can get a nonprofit link or like a link to their social media, so maybe y'all can track. We can put out the word to see where they're going to be next. But this is really cool. Something really cool they've been able to put on to showcase the history of our great country,
Yeah,
showing that the price of freedom is not free.
absolutely. Yeah. That's really awesome. I appreciate you sharing that. And obviously, we thank everybody who has served this country. They've made the ultimate sacrifice, you know. They've put in blood, sweat, and tears for us to live the way that we live, and for me to be a talking head on a screen and talk about the weather. So, you know, they've done things that others were not willing to do, and they did them because they wanted us to live in the land of the free. So, nothing but respect for that. That's really cool to see that memorial and see it mobile. I've never heard of anyone doing that, to be honest with you. That's really cool.
Yes, it's absolutely incredible. It's hard to actually get the to conceptualize how big of a traveling piece it is, but I'm trying to dance. But it takes up the entire 100-yard football field at this place that it's set up at right here. It's probably about 85 to 90 yards of just rows of names and plaques and memoriams. So
Wow.
very incredible that they've been able to put on this. They also have, different booths showcasing different like medals and things like that. They've got a radio stand over there blaring some patriotic music. It's really a great thing they were able to put on.
That's awesome. Yeah, I can smell Freebird being played from all the way here in St. Louis.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely incredible. Nothing like it. You can feel the patriotism in the air out here.
There you go. That's awesome. Well, do you have anything else you want to share about this? Anything that people need to
Uh,
know?
just support our troops. Remember all the fallen as we come up on the 4th of July and the 2 years of our country.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't have said it better myself. We did just have a tornado warning put in place for Muhlenberg County in Kentucky, so I am going to have to jump over there for you. But I appreciate this coverage, Adrian. This is awesome stuff.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. You cover that, Will. We'll be lurking behind the scenes. Yeah, good talking to you, Will.
Alrighty, we'll chat soon. Thanks, Adrian. Alrighty, that was Adrian out there in Mississippi. Now, we do have a little mini supercell going on here in Kentucky. This is our first tornado warning of the night, so we are officially in that mode as we have some low-level rotation just east of Belton here and just west of Huntsville. And for a little bit of a reference point, we are in kind of western central Kentucky, essentially. So we are looking, and honestly, we may have two different little notches trying to form here. One just west of Huntsville, and another one just east of Belton. So possibly two little couplets trying to form here. Why are we using pink? Alrighty. So we are seeing, again, these two different couplets here, trying to get going. The one a little further west, this one over here, is definitely looking slightly more concerning, but there you have it. We are in that mode. We are in tornado warning mode. This is not a huge polygon here. Again, this is just from Muhlenberg County out here in Kentucky. This one is headed towards areas like Huntsville and Rochester. They're just outside this warning for now, but yeah, definitely one to watch as this little mini supercell got going pretty quickly here. Actually, let's pull a few frames back and watch how it developed. Okay, here we go. So this one came out of thin air here. You can see it just beginning to bubble up right over here near wire. And it's just going to continue to just move that direction towards Belton. By this point, it's already got a little bit of a rotating updraft. And then now it really got itself going, and they decided to go ahead and tornado warn it. And for good reason. We are not terribly far from the radar here. So this is Some rotation going on here at 2,000 feet in the air. Meanwhile, our considerable severe thunderstorm warning out in Montana has been downgraded to just a normal severe thunderstorm warning. So our only considerable severe thunderstorm warning left on the map is in South Carolina for Chester and York counties. That's that wind threat that we've seen kind of diminishing. So that one's probably going to be lowered soon as well, if not just allowed to expire naturally. But yeah, probably two different distinct areas of rotation set up here now. One near Rochester and Huntsville, and another one just east of Belton, out here in Kentucky. And it looks like both of them are trying to get going kind of quickly here. So this is definitely one to watch, as this is just radar indicated rotation. We haven't had any kind of a visual on this. But I will say there were storm chasers earlier in Kentucky, though no one is anywhere near this. I mean, no one's anywhere near this. So we're not going to have any kind of eyes on this storm here. We're kind of flying blind and just flying by the radar, which is okay. Sometimes that is okay. We do still have the flash flood emergency in Gibson and Pike counties in Indiana, as well as considerable flash flood warnings for tons of counties throughout Indiana and Kentucky. So that's going to include in Indiana, stay with me here, this is going to be a mouthful: Crawford, Dubois, Harrison, Orange, Perry, Breckenridge, Hancock, Meade, Pike, Harrison, Bullitt, Hardin, and Meade again in Indiana. And then in Kentucky, Boyle, Casey, Grayson, Greene, Hardin, Hart, LaRue, Lincoln, Marion, Nelson, Taylor, and Washington counties. Woo. Lots of flooding going on out here in Kentucky and Indiana. Also in Illinois, too. Really, just in general, tons of flooding going on around the map. We have like 19 flash flood warnings and 4 considerable flash flood warnings, and then the 1 flash flood emergency. So a lot going on around the country, to say the least. Now, within our tornado warning here, it does look like over the latest scan, the original updraft has weakened just a little bit. And this one between Rochester and Huntsville almost looks a little better now. So we're going to stay with these pretty closely here, as this is kind of a strange little mini supercell with 2 competing updrafts here. So again, this is the supercell that we're looking at. Well, kind of more something like this. And then we have 2 different competing updrafts, where we've got one here in blue and then the other one here in blue. So 2 different updrafts with this supercell, and it's a very small supercell here, competing for the same resources. So yeah, we'll definitely continue to stay with this one out here in Kentucky, at least for a moment. Again, there is so much precipitation coming down in Kentucky in general. So that flash flood risk is still going to be there for quite some time. And yeah, again, we have literally like 24 flash flood warnings on the map right now. So pretty insane stuff going on here. We wait for the next scan. Hopefully we will get that soon. We are coming out of, what radar are we using? The Hopkinsville radar, okay. Looks like things might broaden out a little bit here. The conditions are not incredibly favorable for tornadoes here, and if we did get something, it would probably be somewhat brief. We do have all sorts of areas, like small areas of rotation trying to get going here, like one near Central City, potentially. Another one west of Brownsville, north of Richardsville. Maybe a weak one near Annetta or Bee Spring. I mean, all sorts of little areas of rotation going on. One near Alvaton or Alvaton. Memphis Junction and south of Bowling Green, that type of area. Possibly some very, very young supercells trying to get going as well. And our latest scan is in, as it looks like we have actually tightened up. Both of these couplets have actually tightened up over the most recent scan. So definitely the potential for seeing twins out here near Huntsville and Rochester in Kentucky. And again, this is for Muhlenberg County out here in Kentucky. Where we have two different competing updrafts here. Got inflow coming in this way. Got the back end coming in that way. Two different updrafts here. And all of our considerable severe thunderstorm warnings have been lifted, by the way. So we are just looking at general severe thunderstorm warnings on the map, plus this tornado warning down here in Kentucky for the time being. As we patiently wait for the next scan. Sometimes when things aren't incredibly active like this, you have no choice but to just kind of sit and wait for the next radar scans to come through. We do have some of these possibly discrete cells beginning to, now this one actually looks like it's dissipating here, but things possibly starting to get going up here near the Montana and Wyoming border. Of course, we've had a lot of these cells already ongoing. Now this one near Crow Agency looks like it's recycling to put out some crazy hail again. It was tagged for baseball-sized hail earlier. We can see that updraft towering up here. And it's nothing insane looking, but we could definitely see a considerable severe thunderstorm warning slapped on that. It wouldn't surprise me at all. Back up near Glasgow, all of the severe thunderstorm warnings that were on these storms a while ago have been lifted. So just some general thunderstorms going on out here. Maybe some very, very weak broad rotation near Volt, like just southeast of Volt. So in general, not anything super concerning with those storms. And then back in Kentucky, we're probably going to see an extension on this tornado warning. Another polygon put out ahead of it, as our couplet is still, we still do have a pair of couplets, and they are moving out of this warning polygon. So we could see another warning polygon that looks something like this, including Rochester, Huntsville, and headed eventually towards Morgantown, Woodbury, just south of Aberdeen, and just north of Sugar Grove. Yeah, I'm definitely not seeing anything that would indicate to me that we have a tornado on the ground that could be confirmed via radar. However, it's definitely possible that there's a tornado on the ground, really at any point when you have a tornado warning. You have to always treat it like there's a tornado coming right your way and it's already on the ground. But in this case, definitely possible. It looks to me like the more dominant updraft is the one near Huntsville. So that's definitely something to watch, as we may see that westernmost updraft kind of fall apart. This one over here, just west of Huntsville, that one may fall apart. And then the one that's basically over Huntsville will begin to take over as things continue to propagate off towards the east here. So that's definitely something we will continue to watch for. And again, it wouldn't surprise me to see another tornado warning slapped on ahead of this thing, towards areas like Morgantown and Woodbury. Basically between Aberdeen and Sugar Grove, anywhere in there. So the latest radar scan is in, but we don't have the latest velocity scan yet, so. All right. Oh, did we get that new frame? I think we did. Yeah, this is now that new frame. Okay, so these two updrafts are going to merge here, it looks like. So we're going to see one of these take over. Typically, it's the westernmost one, but based on the echo tops, I was thinking maybe the one near Huntsville would do it. But now on the latest scan, it looks to me again like this westernmost one is going to be the one to take over here. So once that merge is finished happening and we have one updraft going with this storm instead of competing updrafts, we could definitely see ourselves get an elevated risk for this thing starting to become a little more tornadic as it heads out towards the east here, towards areas like Morgantown, Woodbury, and Sugar Grove. But our tornado warning has been lifted, as even regardless of if they are expecting a tornado risk there still or not, the couplet has moved out of that region where the original tornado warning was anyway. So right now we have 8 severe thunderstorm warnings on the map and 24 flash flood warnings, including 4 considerables and 1 flash flood emergency. So a lot of severe weather going on right now. And we are just getting started. Things are only going to ramp up, especially over the next couple of hours here in the northern plains. Now, of course, right now we're looking at Kentucky. Any of these cells down here, they're all very young, but any of these near Bowling Green, Alvaton, Scottsville, halfway, any of these cells that can get going could definitely do it because they're kind of remaining semi-discrete here. We've got, just a conga line of 3 different cells trying to do their thing as they move off towards the east type of direction. Again, that tornado warning has been lifted here. And our latest scan is showing what appears to be a merge of the updrafts going on from these 2 updrafts that have been competing. They're sort of semi-separate right now. But again, this is what we're looking at here. Whoops. So 2 different couplets, 2 different rotating updrafts trying to merge here between Rochester and Huntsville, Kentucky, headed towards areas like Morgantown and Woodbury. And that could pose the threat for a tornado as we get out in this direction. So if you're in that area, this is not a tornado warning. You are not under a tornado warning, but definitely make sure that you are prepared in case one is issued for your region. The good news is that this storm is not moving particularly fast. Here's a look at the majority of the flash flood warnings that are on the map right now. The vast majority of them are between Illinois, Kentucky, and Indiana. So this is the majority of them. We do have this one out here in West Virginia, as well as one up in Montana, or a couple up in Montana, actually. So whole lot of flooding going on. Whole lot of flooding. All right. Let us check on in here. Yeah, it definitely looks like these two updrafts are just trying to fight it out. Where you have these two different areas of rotation going on here. So we will see what happens as they continue to compete. If they just keep competing, our tornado risk is going to remain pretty low here. But if one of them can take over, we'll definitely see that tornado risk potentially ramp up. And again, that's headed towards areas like Woodbury and Morgantown. There's no tornado warning here, and there doesn't necessarily need to be one. Because my overlay just is not updating for some reason to show that this tornado warning has been lifted. Oh, is that the latest scan here? Yeah, okay, so we are definitely seeing one updraft beginning to become dominant here. So we will follow this one pretty closely as that's a better circle. We'll follow this one pretty closely again as it moves towards Woodbury and Morgantown. We did just get a destructive severe thunderstorm warning placed out here. Whoa, where did this come from? It's got a little bit of rotation going on too at around 5,000 feet. So this is a destructive severe thunderstorm that's been tagged with, wow. Okay, this one's been tagged with baseball-sized hail. So our first baseball-sized hail of the night is now in play. You can see some of those silvers and grays sneaking into the upper levels of this updraft. So this is a very powerful updraft going on out here in Montana. So this one's for Bighorn County, which is a large county. But we are specifically looking from north of Garryowen and just outside of town of Crow Agency out here and headed towards the northeast in an area that is not very populated, but to the north of Busby, the northwest of Muddy, and the west-northwest of Lame Deer. And eventually could be headed towards areas like Colstrip out here. So this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in place here in Montana right now. Now, it looks like we might be getting one of our first discrete cells, I didn't do that, of the night that's going to be headed into the Dakotas here. So this is definitely something to watch as things could get spicy quickly. Very, very interesting stuff going on out here. We're likely going to see our storm mode ramp up really, really quickly here in the next 30 minutes or so, potentially up to an hour, as we do have some rotation going on here near Busby, Crow Agency, and then another supercell trying to get itself more organized just south of that near Lodge Grass. And that one's not ready to go yet, but it is maturing. All of our severe thunderstorm warnings have been pretty much lifted off the map everywhere outside of Montana, except for one in Wyoming, just excuse me, just south of here. And this is a wind-driven severe thunderstorm warning that's going to expire soon. And then we've got another one out in North Carolina for Mecklenburg and Union counties. And that's just associated with this line of thunderstorms bringing some 60-mile-per-hour winds out here. Yeah, holy stutter, I know, right? It happens to the best of us. Back into Montana, we are north of Sumatra up here. Another cell trying to establish clean inflow. All sorts of funny business trying to get going out here in Montana right now. We are going to watch things very, very closely to see how they develop. And again, a lot of this is going to play a huge role in deciding what our storm mode is going to be in our area where we are most conducive for tornadoes out here in the Dakotas. So if any of these storms can remain discreet and push on into those areas, they are going to be taking advantage of a very favorable atmosphere. I do have some, I did just get permission to share with you some stuff from Chris Hall from the significant flooding risk ongoing in Kentucky right now. So this is from a flood emergency, a flash flood emergency here, as this is pretty crazy stuff. I mean, this is nuts. That truck needs to move. It's going to get swept away. But man, look at that rushing water. Let me full screen this for you guys. But yeah, this is from Chris Hall. This is not my footage, but we do have permission to show it. As you can see, a lot of debris being carried through that water, and a very muddy water too, which is very telling. That water being a lot muddier makes it very clear of just how dry things have been down there. Lots of dust and dirt getting lifted up. And because it was so dry, when you get all this rain at once, it's not able to permeate through the surface, and all of a sudden you are just getting tons of sitting water and rushing water across the surface. Got a question in the chat from Lucky Ducky Art saying East Central Illinois. I don't think East Central Illinois is going to be having any type of concern today. For flash flooding, yes. Kevin Joyce saying, I didn't think the SPC needed to upgrade it to a 10% SIG one today. I thought that a 5 SIG one was better. New viewer also coming from Evan. Hi. Well, welcome, Kevin. It's good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. I'm happy to have you. I don't entirely disagree. I think the 10% was probably unwarranted. I do think that we have a pretty favorable atmosphere if a storm can remain discreet, so I don't mind the SIG 1 at all, especially in this area over here. But I do agree that the 10% might have been a little aggressive, but I don't mind the Storm Prediction Center being aggressive personally. I know a lot of people don't like that. But you need to remember that, like, the way that I see it, right? A 10% confidence, right, is essentially saying that 1 in 10 events will verify perfectly. So, like, those are still really low odds. Like, I don't think a 10% is really that big of a deal to issue it and have not a lot end up happening. You know, as long as you get like 1 or 2 tornadoes on that day, it's a success to me if you issue a 10%. Unless it's a very widespread 10%, of course. But in a smaller region like this, one or 2 tornadoes would validate that 10% to me, because of how low of a number 10 is when you actually think about it, like from a complete mathematical statistical perspective. Now, we do have quite the hail core going on here. So this is, again, this destructive severe thunderstorm warning that's been in place for a few minutes now. It's got 24 minutes left on it, and it's tagged for that baseball-sized hail. So, and it's definitely got a little bit of rotation at the mid-levels. We're looking at about 5,500 feet in the air here. Kevin saying, I don't mind it either. I think that low-level jet, when it arrives, will still hold an isolated strong tornado or two, dependent on storm mode. I completely agree. That is like 100% where I am at. Fantastic analysis there. I think storm mode is going to be everything today. I don't think any of these storms that get into that conglomerate line MCS type of deal are really going to be able to take advantage of that environment today. The environment is not quite robust enough for that. The environment is very good, though, if we can get some discrete storms out in that area. And I do want to say this is an algorithm here. This is the possibility of severe hail. It's a derived radar product. It's just completely algorithmic based on what the radar is seeing. But based on what the radar is seeing, we're capping out. This is 100% is what these white values are. So that is why this is listed as a destructive severe thunderstorm here. And again, we can take a look at that hail core. I know I just showed it a second ago, but you can see these magentas and even some silvers getting into the mix here in the higher levels that are actually, I don't think we have any of those silvers getting into the mix on this scan, but these magentas getting lofted almost 30,000 feet in the air, which is pretty ridiculous. So we are seeing a very, very powerful thunderstorm out here in southern Montana. This is just east of Hardin, southwest of Colstrip here. And then we have Lucky Ducky Art saying, with all this heat in the Midwest coming, will we likely have bad storms? Actually, no, it'll limit things a little bit. So we'll have a giant ridge over the United States here. I can just go ahead and pull a screen down so I can show this a little better. But we will have a large ridging pattern in place over the United States at the upper levels. So at 200 millibars, so our jet stream will be going this direction here over top of that ridge. And we'll have a high pressure system that's centered out here in the eastern United States. And so within those, you're going to get those types of heat waves, but your severe weather threat is going to be much more limited. Now, we can still get severe weather. It's just not going to be as common or as robust. Out in Wyoming, for these elevated thunderstorms that are dissipating here, we are now seeing a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I assume this was measured here. Yeah, 71-mile-per-hour wind gust was reported at the Riverton Airport. So again, these are some dissipating thunderstorms from earlier that are just kind of downbursting and blasting these winds out here through Wyoming, through areas like Arapahoe, Hudson, Riverton, Kinnear, Johnstown, Sandra. So all sorts of towns down there getting smacked by some winds. And then back in Bighorn County in Montana, that is where our main event is at the moment, with this guy over here producing some very strong hail. Now, it wouldn't shock me to see this downgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, given that it looks like some of that hail threat has lessened at least a little bit. But we are still seeing very, very large values getting returned at 30,000 feet in the air nearly, which is extremely impressive. So this is a very strong updraft regardless here that could definitely be producing that tennis ball or baseball sized hail. Saying, thoughts on Monday at initial glance, if that low-level jet lags behind west with the trough, that thermodynamic and kinematic combination is pretty volatile. The 18Z HER had a little sneak peek at the environment. Yeah, I think that Monday could be pretty big. We've already been in coordination with our chasers as we're going to try and get some eyes in the skies out there, as it's probably going to be one of the last larger severe weather days, at least for a couple of weeks, as that ridge sets up. Now, again, we're going to have mesoscale days. We're going to have some severe weather. It's just going to be more isolated instances and much less widespread when we do have those events. Back up to Glasgow, this cluster of thunderstorms is still working its way off to the north. And it's probably, that low is probably somewhere over here at the surface. And those surface winds are really just blowing these storms up to the north here. So they're going to head off into Canada and leave behind some of that unstable, volatile air for that cold front to eventually start to plume through, driven by this shortwave trough that we've got here. And again, we do have a lot of flash flood warnings on the map right now, including a flash flood emergency, which I just showed you Chris Hall's footage from out there in Kentucky. We do have a total of 23 flash flood warnings on the map, including 4 considerable flash flood warnings and 1 flash flood emergency right now. So definitely quite the threatening situation going on in Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky. Alrighty, we are still keeping a close eye on this rotation at the mid levels out here on the front of this storm, just west of Lame Deer, Muddy, and Busby, southwest coal strip here. Seeing John Sage and Texas Indoor Baseball Weather in the chat here, both talking about coming from Cruz's channel. I appreciate that a lot. Now, we do have a tornado warning that's just been put in place in right around Paducah here. So this is in Illinois and Kentucky here for Massac and McCracken counties. So this was issued by Paducah, and man, this storm is just literally sitting on top of their heads. As you can see, this really low level rotation here. So this is definitely a wall cloud that we're seeing on the radar at 50, 60 feet in the air. So I can only assume that they have eyes on this. They're calling it radar indicated rotation here, but I can only assume that they're looking out the window right now and looking up at this storm. Of course, this is right over Paducah, just west of Concord, where the Paducah National Weather Service office is located. We can go from Hopkinsville and see if we can get a better picture on this thing. Yeah, you can see at the mid-levels, we've got that rotation there. And this is in areas like Concord, Paducah, Woodlawn, Lone Oak, Reedland, and Ledbetter. So we do now have a tornado warning in place in Illinois and Kentucky. Yeah, I know. It's Calamity just saying a tornado warning in Illinois. Shocking. Yeah, Illinois has been absolutely smacked this especially this June, but I mean this whole year in general. It's been pretty brutal there. Kevin saying had a damaging MCS in France earlier, 90-mile-per-hour wind gust reported. That's interesting. I did not know that. Shout out France. Where was that at in France? Very intriguing. As it looks like, this is so hard to tell what's going on because we're so close to the radar. We're just like right in that cone of uncertainty here, unfortunately. But we've definitely got some sort of rotation going on, like over Concord, basically. We're just so close to the radar. So this is our only tornado warning on the map. Again, it's for Massac and McCracken counties across Illinois and Kentucky. So this is just barely clipping Illinois here. It's mostly in Kentucky. On the Illinois side of the river, we're just looking at Brookport, really, is the only populated area in this warning. Maybe eventually towards Hamletsburg. Kevin saying it's actually still ongoing if you switch to WeatherWise and check out the European radar. Northern France getting slammed right now by 80-plus-mile-per-hour wind gusts still. I don't have a commercial license with WeatherWise, so I'm not going to switch to their application, but I will take your word for it. All right, let's go check on the storm up here in Bighorn, Montana, where we have been seeing that rotation at the mid-level still in place, and potentially two different little areas of rotation going on here as things are starting to get pretty active pretty quickly. Another updraft trying to form just northeast of Wyola here. And a cell forming near Harding. That one, it doesn't really have any significant rotation at around 10,000 feet. Up in North Dakota, not seeing anything crazy going on yet. Again, we got a long ways to go tonight. I do have X. Yeah, you can find me at the handle I have on all platforms, WillBrattonWx. Follow me everywhere. Again, we do have this cluster of thunderstorms continuing to push off towards Canada here. And this one is just northeast of Glasgow now in Montana. Let's go ahead and check in on this hail core going on over here, as it looks like it is still towering very, very high here. This is a very impressive hail core. We're not seeing any of those enormous values getting in the mix. Some of those silvers and grays, a few pixels. So definitely some very large hail in there. And this has been downgraded to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, pretty much right on cue as I'm sitting here talking about it. And yeah, we definitely have another rotating updraft here near Wyola trying to get going. It's very, very weak right now, but it's trying to get going. Yeah, if you tag me on the post, I can definitely take a look at it. John Sage saying Paducah just needs to look outside, see if there's rotation. That's what I'm saying. They can literally take a peek out the window. Checking in on that tornado warning headed right for Paducah. Again, we really can't get a great view on it because we're so close to the radar, unfortunately. And we can go from the Hopkinsville radar, but we're a little elevated here. As that rotation is not super, super tight at the mid-levels. We're looking at around 6,600 feet here. But it is moving from Concord towards Paducah, Lone Oak, Woodlawn, Ledbetter, areas like that. We do have a handful of spotters out there, so we'll probably get a view on it from maybe Jonas Reese or Jason Chancellor? To be determined. We did just get another upgrade back to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for all these storms that are in the middle of a radar hole. This is the third time that we've had a considerable severe thunderstorm warning upgraded on this cluster of thunderstorms. This time it's for 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And we actually did just get another severe thunderstorm warning for this cluster that's starting to head towards Canada. This was also severe thunderstorm warned earlier. This one's tagged for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. We did get tagged in this video, or this radar imagery from France. I can go ahead and show this since it's just radar imagery. This is from Thomas Pukic out here, as we've had, yeah, some pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy stuff. So some very powerful winds coming through France here. Wow. Yeah, definitely some very powerful winds that have gone through France, over 40 meters per second. So that's pretty crazy stuff there. Back near Paducah again, it looks like we're trying to see this hook echo morphology on this supercell trying to form. It might be there already. We just can't see it because it's too close to the radar. First world problems. You can't. It's like you're too close to the radar. You're not close enough to the radar. We do have another area of rotation trying to wrap up between Kevel, La Center, and Bandana. So another area of weak rotation trying to get going here. This is at the low levels, 300 feet. So at the upper levels, it might be a little bit tighter. Yeah, it is a little more tight at around 2,500 feet. So this is another area where we could see a concern here. There's the top of this updraft getting into the mid levels around 7,000 feet here. Not the top of this updraft, but in the mid levels here. Definitely a pretty tilted updraft and one that could warrant a tornado warning here in the next few minutes. So that's another one to watch as things are starting to get active. And again, it's only 5:20 p.m. right now. We're going to be live for quite a while tonight. All right. Kevin said you posted us in a forum to get more viewers in here. I appreciate that, by the way. I don't know if I actually read that part. I know I was talking about the France deal. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. It looks like we might have our first look here at this couplet. Finally, just west of Paducah here, as it's finally getting far enough away from the radar. So this is really low in the atmosphere. I mean, this is less than 200 feet in the air. So definitely got rotation going on here. It's not super tight or strong, but we've got rotation going on here for sure. At a little bit higher up in the atmosphere, you can see that couplet a little more defined here as we go up in the tilt angle. This is around 2,000 feet. But at the surface, it's still there. So definitely worthy of a tornado warning here. And it's possible that we get another one near La Center, Kevel, and Bandana, as that one tries to get its act together as well. All right, we are getting in that zone, guys. Everything is starting to get active here. Kevin saying, you've got a really nice future on here. I think you don't hype, and there's a nice chill feel in these streams too. I appreciate that. That's look, people don't need to be scared when they're getting their severe weather coverage. You know, I don't get all this fear mongering slop that goes on in this space sometimes. It's just not good for the community. It's not good for the public. It's not good for meteorology. It's not good for anything. It's just a money making thing, and that's just the reality of the world we live in. Some people are only in it for the money. Logan White saying, I think there might be an unwarned, large, and strong tornado on the ground in Montana. Let's take a look at that. I'm assuming you're talking about this. So this correlation coefficient drop here is not within these higher DBZ targets here. So that would not be indicative of a tornado on the ground there. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. We are getting, however, a hail spike coming out of this. So I think this is the first hail spike that we've seen tonight. So definitely a very powerful updraft here, and the radar beam is coming into contact with, wow, this is a very impressive updraft. Very, very impressive updraft. I mean, we're getting these deep, deep magentas, almost as high, again, as 30,000 feet. So this is a very impressive updraft here. Logan White saying, I was just confused because the radar has lots of rotation. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of things you have to consider when you're looking at rotation. You know, you need to think, and first of all, for confirming a tornado, there's three pieces to it. You have to have a rotating couplet co-located with high DBZ values, so upwards of 40 DBZs, and then you need to have a correlation coefficient drop of 80% or lower. So, you know, you need those three things, and you can also look at your ZDR. And if you're near zero there, that'll increase your confidence, though that is not required to confirm a tornado. We have just had another considerable severe thunderstorm warning put on this supercell that we're talking about here. And this one's probably going to be tagged for that large hail. Tennis ball sized hail. Yep. So 2.5-inch hail, I believe. Yep. 2.5-inch hail tagged here. And that makes sense. We're seeing a large hail spike coming out of this thing, a very photogenic hail spike. I mean, this is what you'd see in a textbook right here. In Montana. So various areas of rotation trying to form with all sorts of these storms here, by the way. This one's definitely a big time wind producer here. Oh. Okay, it appears some of our frames are dropping a little bit. So as my internet is seeming to struggle right this second, I apologize for that. Hopefully it'll resolve here in a second. So I'm gonna try and stay on air with you here, but we may have a little bit of an issue. We did just get another tornado warning in Paducah. That's an extension of our original tornado warning, and is going to include a second couplet now near Calvert City. So this is probably going to say multiple thunderstorms. Yeah, 2 severe thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado. So we have 2 different couplets here, tornado warned in this tornado warning polygon, issued from the Paducah office right now. And again, I am getting some issues with my bit rate right now and my upload speeds of my internet, so hopefully that'll be resolved. It's looking like we're good now, but we were having some issues there for a moment. I wonder if potentially that was due to some storms here near me. Probably not. I am south of the radar unit there, so should be all right. So I apologize for that. So again, we do have another tornado warning in place that's going to encompass both of these couplets right here, just west of Calvert City and just south of Paducah. And then we also have another couplet trying to get going just north of Kevel. Yeah, I did get about 18,000 frames on this broadcast that were just dropped there over the course of a minute or two. So I apologize for that, and hopefully it came out on air okay, at the very least. Yeah, here's a better picture of that couplet. And again, we do have multiple couplets going on here. One here just west of Calvert City and another one right near Paducah. Seeing that I froze for a couple of seconds a couple of times. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I apologize for that, but I think we're all right now, at least for the time being. Logan White saying maybe Kentucky was the actual tornado zone. Well, I will say they are in a 5% risk right here. That's where we're at. So we will see how it continues to develop. And again, you can visualize all of this stuff yourself and export it easily to share on social media, visiting our website, which I have just linked in the chat for your convenience. Really easy to do. Our website is really cool, and I wish I could take credit for it, but I paid a very, very talented friend of mine to build that for us, and it is just incredible. Kevin saying Supercell is now appearing to initiate in northwest South Dakota. Seems like our main focal point for anything tornadic later on is beginning. Oh yeah, we are getting into that zone right now. As we could see some of those echo tops building a little bit ago, as a lot of this convection was trying to get going. We are in that mode right now. Things are really going to ramp up here. Again, I said over the last 30 minutes at about 5 o'clock, or the next 30 minutes at about 5 o'clock. And we are now at that point here where things are about to start getting going here about 30 minutes later from the time that I said that. So I guess I was a few minutes off, but that rotation near Paducah broadening out just a little bit west of Calvert City, still there. And again, we're looking really low in the atmosphere here. We are less than 1,000 feet. We're 600 feet here west of Calvert City, and near Paducah, we are looking at less than 300 feet. So we are basically looking at, wall clouds. All right, let's go back up to Montana and see what's what out here. We do have this supercell with some pretty good inflow coming into it here. Definitely got a little bit of a rotation going on there. Nothing that would indicate to me that we have a tornado or need a tornado warning yet necessarily, as those surface winds are probably not coming out of the northeast. They're probably coming out of the southeast. So this cell specifically would need surface winds like this to favor a tornadic environment more, while in reality our winds are probably something like this. But it could still do it. The storm could still get it going, but it's got that limiting factor for it just because of where the updraft established itself. Now, these storms just to the south of that one have broadened out a little bit, and none of those updrafts have been able to get going more robust anyway. We got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings, as this is where things are about to start getting real here, as any of these storms that can remain discrete and make their way a little bit further north, really up into like this area over here, that's going to be where our greatest risk for tornadic development is going to be. And again, let's keep in mind that this is in fact in a radar hole. I know I showed this earlier, but I'll show it again. Whoa, that's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. This map out here, where again, we are sitting here in, I'll go ahead and draw it for you, but we're sitting right in this radar hole. This giant radar hole is basically exactly where we're operating out of tonight for convection to start getting going. And we're not going to have a good picture on it until it gets closer to central North Dakota. So we are going to be we're going to be working with what we got tonight, to say the least. But we have a lot of spotters out there who will be helping the National Weather Service with this. So definitely something, definitely a little bit of a saving grace. You see Brandon Kopic out there, a lot of trusted names. Daniel Shaw is out there. We have Edgar O'Neill out there, Bryce Shelton, all sorts of big names out there. So lots of folks at the National Weather Service office can trust and can stay tuned into their live streams to make sure that they know. All right, let's go back to our tornado warning down in Illinois and really Kentucky. It's barely clipping Illinois. There's not even any kind of a named city there, as far as I know anyway. As it does look like that rotation has weakened on both of those couplets, which would be good news. Now, the Calvert City one could easily recycle. Kevin saying we've got a bounded weak echo region on the storm near Broadus. Yeah, that one. Yeah, when you're in a radar hole like that, you really, it's you have to take everything with a grain of salt. Oh, I mean, these storms, we're looking at them at 25,000 feet in the air, and it's about the closest we can get. And we can get around 19,000 for this one, I think. Actually, no, down to around 13 to 14,000 here for a couple of these. But again, that's still really elevated. So you got to take everything with a grain of salt. But it's definitely got a mesocyclone to it. I mean, if you're getting magenta targets, you know, if we're getting 60 plus dBZs up this high in the air, you've got to have a mesocyclone there, unless you're dealing with the craziest air mass thunderstorm of all time. So definitely a mesocyclone, and you can see that rotation here at the upper levels. But again, we're looking at 13,000 feet in the air. So you got to take everything with a grain of salt. But yeah, the storm near Hammond definitely could be one to watch. Logan White saying the holes make it hard to tell if the rotation is legit. Well, the rotation is legit if it's being scanned by the radar. The problem is, does it convey itself all the way down to the surface, or are we just looking at rotation in the mid levels or the upper levels? And yeah, taking a look at our echo tops here, I need to pull more frames back on this, but we can see the way things are developing out here. So I try to get myself a little further back in time. I need the DeLorean. All right, so as we go forward in time, you're going to see these echo tops continuing to build with some of these storms while others slightly weaken. So it's really these two down here in Montana that are posing the largest threat right now in terms of the way they're building. We've got the one southwest of Jordan that's continuing to build on and off as well. It's not getting quite as towering as maybe you would need to see. We can't really get a good picture on the echo tops for the storms in northwestern South Dakota, unfortunately. But we can try to take a quick look at it here. If I can get a few more frames back from that as well, we'll continue to go back in time here in the DeLorean. All right, so we can watch these storms continue to try to bubble up. And really, this one down here near Hammond is definitely towering pretty hard. So it's probably got a really strong updraft going on there, at the very least. And again, we're getting 60 dBz targets as high as like 13 to 14,000 feet. So it's very impressive. It's a very, very strong updraft here, and we can see just how high those targets are getting. Upwards of 20,000 feet, we're seeing some of those magentas. So definitely a pretty impressive storm here. And we did just get an extension on the tornado warning back down in Illinois. Okay, actually, no, this was not an extension. This is back for the other area of rotation that I was talking about a little bit ago, as it actually looked better one scan ago than it does now. But we could definitely see a tornado get spat out of this one here. So this one is just west of Concord and Paducah, or slightly northwest, west of Brookport and Metropolis here. Just north of Keble and just northwest of Heath. I think they also I think this is a brand new considerable flash flood warning. As the public has reported flash flood. Yeah, this is from 3 minutes ago. With several roads and neighborhoods flooded in McCracken County. Between 1 and 3 inches of rain have fallen, with up to an inch more expected. So more flash flooding going on there as well. So again, we do have 23 flash flood warnings on the map. 4 of them considerable, 1 of them emergency. As definitely an area of concern here, just to the northwest of downtown Heath. And I don't know if we've got any spotters out here. It looks like we've got a couple. It's probably the some of the Paducah office folks that they let him out of the cage. Kevin saying, actually, that's a little bit of solid convergence wrapping up now with the subtle RFD surge west of Paducah. Yep. You can see that green coming in right there. I'm using the wrong color. There it is, right there. You can see that RFD starting to get active there on the backside of that storm. Logan saying, I feel bad for those people whose houses might be getting washed away in Kentucky and Indiana. Oh, absolutely. Me too. I mean, that it can be devastating. You can lose everything in floods. You know, people always talk about, you know, tornadoes and hail really is and like hurricanes and whatnot, but people don't want to talk about wind damage. They don't want to talk about flooding. They don't want to talk about lightning. There's a lot of other hazards that can be really detrimental for people. So all severe weather needs to be covered, in my opinion. And also fire weather is something that's severely overlooked. As I am curious, I got a message. Whoa. Okay. So this is something to watch. So what I'm looking at here right now is we just got a tornado warning in Oregon? What in the world is going on? We have a tornado warning in Oregon for Clackamas County. What? So this is headed towards Malala. Okay. Sure. Yeah, why not? But we've got a tornado warning in Oregon. I've never in my life covered a tornado warning from Oregon. This is a first for me, so that's cool. Obviously it's not cool that they have a tornado warning. And it's headed towards a very populated area. So I really hope this does not put down a tornado. This is headed towards Malala here. This is strange. Weather spotters reported a funnel cloud on this storm. No one's got their spotter network dots on out there, so I'm not sure who that is who's doing that. Yeah, this is a really bizarre looking storm. I don't even know what angle to take a cross section of because this thing looks really strange. And it's also not showing me the latest scan on my cross section, so that doesn't help. But there's that. All right, let's try this again. Come on. Oh, I can't do a little better than that. I don't know what I'm looking at here, but yeah, definitely something going on. And you can see the rotation. I mean, we're looking pretty low in the atmosphere here. We're less than 3,000 feet. It's not anything crazy, but it's there. I mean, oh my gosh, not this highlighter tool. Anyway, yeah, I didn't think that was going to happen, but we have a tornado warning here in Clackamas County in Oregon right now. Yeah. The Pacific Northwest offices have pretty low standards when it comes to tornado warnings, so not surprised that they would warn this. I'm not either, especially if they got a report of a funnel cloud. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at all, though, to be honest with you, I don't know how much I trust that. But yeah, I mean, this is not far south of Oregon City. There is a very populated area out here. So yeah, and it's headed right towards Malala. All right, back to the Illinois, just Paducah area. They did go ahead and lift the tornado warning just east of Paducah. So for Ledbetter, the Calvert City couplet has completely died away. The Ledbetter one is still there. It's just pretty weak. And then we do have a tornado warning still in place with this rotation that's actually looking pretty solid here near Heath. So we could definitely see a tornado come out of this one. It's probably got a very low level rotating wall cloud right now, just northwest of Heath. So if you're anywhere in this tornado warning polygon, especially on the Kentucky side of the river, you need to be in a basement. But if you're in Metropolis or Brookport, I would be in a basement or a storm shelter there as well. A tornado warning in Oregon was not on my bingo card today either by any stretch. I got distracted from what I was talking about. There was some sort of a boundary going on up here that Adrian pointed out to me here. or where was this? This was in South Dakota. So I don't know what's going on out here, but there's some sort of a boundary. I don't know if any storm will be able to interact with this. I don't know if it's a thermal boundary, but like these storms down here coming out of Nebraska and Wyoming, if they interact with this boundary, we could see an isolated, like increased tornado threat there as well. Cade saying Gibson Ridge is the OG. Respect the choice in today's day and age. Look, the reality is some of those newer apps are, fancy and have cool tools and everything, but this is the best visualization that you can get. Now, it's not going to have the best features and tools that you can get because it's obviously dated. But in terms of just raw concept of visualizing your level 3 radar data, this is the program to use. This is what everyone uses out in the field. When they're on their computers, it's what they use at the National Weather Service, and for good reason. Yeah, all sorts of storms starting to try and fire off down here. So we are getting into the mode right now for some of these semi-discrete storms. And we do have a rotating updraft just southwest of Buffalo in South Dakota here. So that's definitely going to be one to watch. And we also have a very strong rotating updraft, at least at the mid-levels. Again, 13,000 feet. We're in a radar hole. That one is just northeast of Hammond in Montana. This area, by the way, for anyone who's never been out there, this whole area of Montana is absolutely gorgeous. It is so beautiful. Yeah, so many cells firing up here. I think a lot of this stuff is going to grow upscale very quickly, and it's going to limit our tornado threat as a result. Woo! Yeah, let's go back to our Clackamas County in Oregon tornado warning where we did have a funnel cloud reported. That has definitely weakened a little bit. We'll continue to monitor it. All right, back to Paducah. As we are kind of getting too close to the radar again. You can still see that rotation. It's really difficult to see. I'll draw it for you. But you can still see this rotation here. There's your couplet, really. But like this is a kind of a mess. Kind of a mess, just because we're so close. And by a mess, I mean the radar presentation is a mess, not the storm. The storm is looking pretty organized, but this is messy with how close we are to the radar and all the contamination that you're getting around the cone of uncertainty. Kason WX saying a cruise also sent him. I appreciate that. Welcome to our channel here. Cyclonic Paracosm saying, I like the options because not everyone likes GR2 or AWIPS. I have GR2, but I just don't care for it. I use SC Weather and the new one and have been doing fine, but to everyone, to each their own, pretty much. Yeah. No, I mean, listen, options exist for a reason, I want anyone and everyone to use whatever they like the best. But for me, I think this is the best tool for genuine radar analysis. But I'll tell you one thing, that's just my opinion, and opinions are like butts. Everyone has them, they all stink, and no one wants to smell, or no one wants to hear yours. It's just like a funny little dad joke type of quote for you for the day. Just a casual Will Bratton shower thought right there from like 2 nights ago. Norman in the chat, one of our storm chasers, saying, welcome to all the new subscribers and people tuning in. Absolutely. Kevin saying, looking for some traffic cameras in Montana. Going to see if I can get some little structure on those cameras. Yeah, absolutely. I wish, I don't have any kind of deal lined up right this second to be able to have access to traffic cameras, but that is definitely something that I want to get going in the near future. All right, checking in on Clackamas County, Oregon here. It looks like that rotation is still there. It's just not very impressive. So Norman saying, Will, you might have to develop your own radar product at this rate. It's on the list. All of these things are on the list, man. I'll tell you one thing is that Josh, our director of website development, who built our website, is so unbelievably talented, man. Like if I can get enough of his time and get enough of my money to give to him, we can easily get an app and a radar program and all sorts of, but it just takes a lot of time, energy, and money. That's the thing. We can do it. He's got the talent to do it, but yeah, it's on the list is all I'm trying to say. Big things are coming, especially once if we can get things rolling, get monetized, and begin to make this a sustainable operation versus me just paying everything out of pocket, which is, obviously what I signed up to do. So I'm more than happy to do that. But there will be a point where either the funds run out or we have to be making money in order to sustain what we're doing. Kevin saying, I used to use WeatherWise, but eventually got tired of the very bright nature of the radar in general and went back to RadarScope. Much simpler. Yeah, for mobile, I prefer RadarScope as well, but there's a couple of reasons for that. And one of those is my bias, just because I've used it for years and years and years, and I'm comfortable with it. It's easy. I like it. But yeah, let's go ahead and check in on Montana and South Dakota again, where some of these storms have been looking crispy. Definitely some rotation going on just southwest or west of Colstrip here. But this is at the mid-levels, right? 7,000 to 8,000 feet in the air. So nothing crazy to write home about. You can see some of this CC interference going on here associated with the radar coming into contact with hail just to the west of that. So that's always something that's interesting to see when you get those radar artifacts. We do have another little cell forming near Mud Butte. That one's trying to get itself going. The one out in Buffalo trying to get itself going as well. We're looking at 10,000 feet in the air, so a very tight couplet, but obviously very high in the air and not very strong of a couplet. Same thing going on out here northeast of Hammond. A very tight, and this one's also pretty strong, a pretty tight and strong couplet, but very, very high in the air, 13,000, 14,000, 15,000 feet. Yeah, Norman, I completely agree with you, and hopefully we are able to be a part of that. We did just get a new tornado warning from that recycling cell that came out of Ledbetter that we talked about a couple minutes ago. So that one's right near Calvert City right now. And it's going to continue moving out that direction. So here's your couplet. Wow, incredible drawing skills. There's your couplet. And it's headed out east towards Kudowa and Grand Rivers, Eddyville maybe. So this is out here for Livingston and Marshall counties in Kansas. So we have 3 tornado warnings in place, one in Oregon, one in Kentucky / Illinois, and another one fully in Kentucky. And this tornado warning is certainly going to be allowed to expire there's still a tiny bit of rotation going on with this thing, but it is very unimpressive. All right, back to Kentucky. We're gonna stay here in Kentucky for the time being, at least. But yeah, Norman, I do completely agree with you, and I really, really want to be part of developing something like that. One of the things I'm doing in my internship is working with different types of products. I can't go into any type of detail, but we work with different types of weather products, and I think I'm gaining a lot of valuable skills and knowledge that can help me do something like that. or at least be the lead in developing something like that down the line. So Kevin saying the overlays have always felt too much on some of those apps. Yeah, I agree. And you can disable a lot of them, but like nothing beats the simplicity of certain radar programs. Like Radar Scope is just so clean to look at. It's just simple. There's not too much at your or looking at your face there. All right. Back here near Metropolis and west of Brookport, we do still have this tornadic thunderstorm here. And your couplet is located just south of Metropolis, right across just a leap across the pond, basically, near Heath and Concord. So this is still one that could produce a tornado really at any time. 6 minutes remain on this tornado warning. And it's hard to tell exactly what this looks like because it's kind of too close to the radar. Norman saying it looks. Okay. So Kevin saying I don't understand why people fight over what radar app to use. I don't think it should really matter. It's all to personal preference. I completely agree with that. Norman saying it looks like we have a new mesoscale discussion. So that's interesting. I'm gonna see if I can go get a look at that here in a second. Okie dokie. Mesoscale discussion. Okay. All right. Let me read this really quick. Bear with me while I kind of skim through this. Okay, so they're really eyeing up the time period from about 7 to 8 p.m. Central Time. So about an hour from now. For a couple of strong tornadoes to be possible. Peak intensity estimates at 145 miles per hour. What are we doing? Oh, man. Surface winds are very well backed, though. I will say I will give them that, and they're strong. There's a lot of good inflow available at the surface here that I'm seeing from METAR data out in near the western half of the Dakota's border. So very, very well backed surface winds. We are going to be seeing a lot of CAPE, apparently, according to this mesoscale discussion, modeled upwards of 3,000 with more recent model runs. I'm not going to be able to look at that myself to give my thoughts on that, unfortunately, but obviously I take their word for it. In Calvert City here, this one looks like it's trying to wrap up and do it. So we could see a tornado just near Calvert City within minutes here, potentially. So we're going to stay with this one. I think the tornado warning near to Concord and headed towards Paducah maybe is slightly less concerning now. Maybe not, honestly. This one might still be a pretty solid threat too. Our Oregon tornado warning was lifted, so there goes that fun thing. Probably didn't have a tornado there. Probably didn't really even have a significant funnel cloud. It could have been Scud or something. Or it's possible there was a funnel cloud and it was just a very strange storm. Yeah, we're going to stay down here with these two couplets right now, as they are definitely looking the most threatening. So this is near Metropolis and Brookport, and then also Calvert City, this pair of couplets. So we are definitely going to stay with this here. Kevin saying that the Storm Prediction Center seems highly aggressive and confident on this threat. The latest mesoscale discussion explicitly does mention a few tornadoes, possibly strong. Yep, I am seeing that as well. I did see a few strong tornadoes was the language they used. Understandable that you wouldn't mention the time frame they had. Yeah, right. Yeah, I have to avoid the that brain rot at all costs. Norman saying maybe we could get a rundown of the mesoscale analysis page of the current environment. Sure. I'll bring that in. That's a good idea. So here's where we're looking at the mesoscale discussion. And on the left-hand side of your screen here, I guess I'll draw in magenta. Will that show up nicely? Yeah, that shows up all right. So we'll draw in magenta here. So they have gone ahead and issued this brown area that I'm circling in magenta here. And that is where our greatest risk for a couple strong tornadoes. That's the language they used right here. A couple of strong tornadoes between 7 and 8 p.m. Central Time. They have tornado peak intensity estimated over here at around 145 miles per hour, which is pretty insane. Winds potentially peaking up with gusts at 90 miles per hour. This is not anything unusual in June in this June, I should say specifically. We've seen some crazy winds. And then also hail up to 3.5 inches. So that is monster hail, up to softball size hail there. And a little bit of a wider look at the map here of where exactly we are geographically in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen there. So the Storm Prediction Center is definitely increasing confidence in at least 1 or 2 strong tornadoes being possible. And I don't entirely disagree when I see these surface winds that are coming in at 15 knots at the surface, and they're very well backed out of the southeast. So that's, you're going to have good inflow with these storms if they can get going and stay discreet. And then at that rate, you'd also have a lot of CAPE available. They talked about 3,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE in this area as well ahead of these thunderstorms. So if any of them can stay discreet as well, they will maintain strong updrafts that can easily produce baseball plus sized hail. So that is why that hail is tagged for 2 to 3.5 inches. So potentially getting to baseball, tennis ball, and softball sized hail. So that's kind of what we're looking at here with this mesoscale discussion. Hopefully that'll satisfy your itch for that, Norman. I think that's a fantastic idea. They did go ahead and cancel the tornado warning for the Paducah area, but the one near Calvert City really looks like it wants to do it. I mean, it's really starting to wrap up. That RFD is coming around the backside, and that inflow is getting pinched off really well. So you'll see this inflow. Wow, what an incredible straight arrow I drew there. You'll see this inflow getting pulled into this storm, and it's like when that RFD occludes it, it's like putting your thumb over a garden hose because of the FFD here. And that wind, all that mass that's being sucked in, it has to get where it's going. And if the channel for it to go through is smaller, it has to move faster. It's just laws of physics. So you get enhanced inflow and a faster rotating updraft. And it's around this time where you can see a tornado get spat out here. And we're right over a very populated area of Calvert City and eventually headed towards Grand Rivers and Kutawa. So this is definitely a concerning tornado warning on the map here. And again, this is rotation. While it doesn't look incredibly vicious, we're looking at 800 feet in the air. So definitely a very threatening storm here in terms of the tornado risk. As we go up a little higher in the atmosphere, here's at around 2,000 to 3,000 feet here. It looks a lot better, right? So that's just because we're looking so low at the surface here, or so close to the surface here. Okay, we did just get the latest scan here. We are not getting our velocity products or dual pole products in yet, so it'll be there. And Weather Wisdom saying that the Underwood radar in South Dakota hasn't updated in 13 minutes. So if that radar has gone down, that would be particularly unfortunate. As yeah, here's that latest scan, and it's tightening up even more here. So right near Calvert City, we could easily have a tornado within minutes here, near Calvert City and Grand Rapids. So we're gonna keep a very close eye on this. They did put another tornado warning up for the other couplet that is now just west of Brookport here. So there's that couplet that we can see rotating pretty well at 200 feet. So this one's very concerning as well. Two different areas where we could easily see a tornado form within the next few minutes or so. Give me 1 second. Oh my goodness. I just stubbed the life out of my toe. Oh, I think I just died. Oh my gosh. That did not feel good. That did not feel good. Anyway, Calvert City. Man, that hurt. Tight couplet here. We are getting tightened up. This is definitely a concerning one. Back near Brookport and Metropolis, same deal. We're tightening up. And again, this one's at 200 feet in the air. So really low levels. Two concerning tornado warnings on the map right now out here in Illinois and Kentucky. So this is for Massac, McCracken, Livingston, and Marshall counties across Kentucky and Illinois here. Yeah, I'm all good. Don't worry. My cat's trying to enter the show here. She was scratching at the door. I had to let her in so she didn't just keep scratching the door up. Do you mind? All right, she wants to say hello, clearly. So there she is. Her name is Aria. I call her Squeaks because she yaps a lot. If I had let her keep scratching at that door, she would have just kept scratching at it and screaming at me through the door. So I had to let her in. She's just going to smack me in the face with her tail over and over again, probably. As we are going to get another update on the Calvert City cell here within a couple of seconds on that velocity scan. Do you mind? Must you do this? I think she muted my microphone with her tail. Okay. So again, just west of Brookport. Now, this one's not looking quite as concerning anymore. I will say that. But near Calvert City is really looking like we could have a tornado at any second here. I mean, literally any second. Yeah. So apparently the Underwood radar is down in South Dakota is what I'm seeing in the chat. That's not ideal. Let me check on that. This is the Underwood radar that I'm looking at here. And yeah, the last update was 20. Oh my. The last scan was 20 minutes ago. Yeah. So we're going to be in a world of pain if the Underwood radar is down because we're in enough of a radar hole out here. We're going to be grasping at threads. I mean, good Lord. Up near Glasgow, we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Scobie, Matic, and Whitetail, 4 buttes as well. This one's tagged for golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds here. It's maybe got a little bit of rotation right at the Canada border. Yeah, I hope this radar does not stay down. The last time we had a radar go down in this neck of the woods, it was out for the whole night, by the way. It was out in Wyoming, so that was earlier this week. think. Yeah, this Calvert City storm is still looking extremely concerning to me, and we do have multiple spotters out there. So if we had a tornado, we would probably get it confirmed pretty quick from Paducah. They do a pretty good job at the Paducah station, so we're going to continue to monitor this, or Paducah office, I should say, not station. We're going to continue to monitor this one pretty closely here, as it is looking quite threatening. So again, this is just now on the east side of Calvert City, just north of Grand Rivers and headed towards Kudowa. And we're out here in Livingston and Marshall counties in Kentucky. Ugh. Okay. I mean, it really wants to put one down. And this storm is moving east at about 25 miles per hour. It's not exactly flying, but it's not sitting still either. Looks like it's trying to establish its own residual boundary out here as well. So that's definitely something to watch. Cat hair all over me now. I know. She just wants all the attention right now. My main concern with this cell and the potential for it to not put down a tornado is just that this inflow region is just enormous. I mean, we're not getting pinched off really at all. I'm honestly almost thinking that this is just the tail end of the RFD out here, and it's just not wrapping up at all. But we can still get a tornado regardless. It's not going to have that aided inflow. We're still getting rapid rotation here at 1,000 feet. So, all right, let's check in on what's going on in Montana, in our main area of concern, as we're not getting any radar updates from the Underwood radar anymore. So we're going to have to go from across the world, basically, it feels like. I mean, literally, we're looking 28,000 feet in the air. These are some powerful storms, though. We can still... Okay, we can't get a look at Echo Tops. Just incredible. Can't have anything around here. Whoa, I don't like that. Yeah, whole lots of business going on here. The Buffalo storm was rotating earlier. It's rotating still at the upper levels. I mean, all of these storms, for the most part, look like they have rotating updrafts to some degree. Man, though. I mean, it's literally we can't even get any kind of a visual on these storms right now. So there's like literally nothing we can do for the next couple of minutes. Okay, down in Livingston County, Lyon, and Marshall counties, they've extended the tornado warning for the Calvert City cell. So they've issued a new tornado warning that's going to be coming from Grand Rivers and out this direction towards Kudowa and Lamasco. And they have slowed this cell down from 23 knots to 21 knots. As this one is still looking pretty concerning here. But again, it looks to me like this RFD is coming out and trailing behind here, and it's not really wrapping up at all the way we would need it to if we wanted a tornado. Obviously, we do not want a tornado. But because this inflow region is just so large, you're not getting any assist from physics here in terms of speeding up that inflow. Which in turn, by the way, when you speed up your inflow, you also lower your pressure a little bit, which helps the tornado connect to the surface as well. And again, it is early tonight. We are still at 6:12 p.m. Central Time. We've got about another 5 hours going on here tonight. So currently on the map, we have all 3 tornado warnings that you're looking at right now. That is it. We just have 3 tornado warnings, and you are staring at all of them. One of them, well, 2 of them are the same cell. So the original polygon here for Calvert City is going to be allowed to expire in 2 minutes naturally, as this storm begins to continue off towards Kudowa and Lamasco. Meanwhile, our cell back near Brookport now, still looking threatening a little bit. I'm not really convinced. I'm not a big believer in this cell, to be honest with you. The last time this warning was maintained was 12 minutes ago. Yeah, it looks like we just don't have that low level help here to really get this RFD around and pinch things off. So we'll see what happens here. As we still have this same updraft that's just been chilling. It's been trying to do its thing, trying to get going, trying to put down a tornado. Hasn't been able to do it yet. And I'm not sitting here thinking that it is necessarily going to, but it is definitely possible. Again, this is at 1,000 feet in the air. So we do have a decently tight couplet with, some rotation going on here. Like it's not, we're not seeing a crazy V-rot or anything like that. And when you look at your N-rot as well, again, this is a derived product. So you got to take these derived products with a grain of salt. As I clean cat hair off of my microphone. I didn't even realize she's sitting behind me. Here, I'll show you this really quick. She's literally just sitting there behind me. What's up? She just wants attention. Anyway. Sorry for the brief interruption here. This is a derived radar product here, the NROT, and it's not showing any kind of crazy values. And on the latest scan, this velocity couplet has weakened a little bit and broadened out. So definitely a decreasing tornado threat for at least the moment with this storm near Grand Rivers and Kudowa. I would not be concerned about this storm putting down a tornado right this second. Now back near Brookport, maybe I should become a believer in this one again, as it's just so close to the radar, so it's kind of hard to tell, but as Arya just really wants to be the star of the show. She wants all the attention. Okay. And they did go ahead and remove that original polygon from the Calvert City storm, by the way. So we are down to 2 tornado warning polygons on the map at this current moment. And then back up in the northern plains in Montana, our only considerable severe thunderstorm warning is for Scobie and Madoc, or Madoc, as we do have a little bit of a towering hail core with 70 or 60 plus DBZ targets being contacted by the radar 20,000 feet in the air. So definitely a pretty powerful updraft there, capable of some large hail, probably not any extreme hail, but definitely some large hail, maybe golf ball sized. All of these storms down here are beginning to conglomerate somewhat quickly. And that is going to be the #1 fail mode for tornadoes. However, we are beginning to see a couple of discrete cells fire off near the Montana and North Dakota border. So these ones could definitely pose an initial tornado threat. So looking at the Brookport storm just north of Paducah, we have seen that polygon get shrunken down just a little bit, and that one does look pretty solid here at about 250 feet in the air. Yeah, this is going to be a very tough night with the Underwood radar down, to say the very least. But that's okay. I'm here for it. Like I said, the last time this happened, it was in Wyoming, and then it was down for like 3 days. Now, to be fair, it is pretty normal that they'll go down for 20, 30 minutes and come back up. We are getting around that 40-minute mark now where I'm starting to think that it's not coming back up today. I'm going to check in with the Underwood office, actually. See if I can find an update on that. Or maybe it's the Rapid City office. They're not in Underwood, just the radar is in Underwood. Okie dokie. I don't know. They're still just issuing warnings. They haven't said anything about the radar. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not seeing anything. What I am seeing though is now near Brookport. We are absolutely seeing a pretty strong and tight couplet here at 300 feet. So this is almost certainly a rotating wall cloud at this point. That is just northeast of downtown Brookport here. So definitely one we need to take pretty closely. Oh, hello, Taylor. So we could easily have a tornado soon with this storm near Brookport if we don't have one already. Meanwhile, the one near Grand Rivers has broadened out significantly. So that one is definitely not really much of a threat at the current moment, though it could easily recycle itself. But the one out near Brookport is by far the most concerning storm on the map at this moment. We did just get a considerable severe thunderstorm warning out in North Dakota. Oh, okay. Why did it take me there? I guess the Underwood radar is technically closer. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning tag for golf ball size hail for this storm coming out of Webster, Montana, and crossing into Bowman County, North Dakota. So that's what we're looking at right here. Yeah, we're going to stay with this Brookport storm for the time being, as we could easily get a tornado with this any minute. And again, we don't have any chasers out there associated with us today, but there are a couple of spotters out in the area. As you can see, David Witten is headed up there trying to track this thing. He's about to cross the river, or at least attempt to cross the river. There's other folks in the area as well. Kevin saying I've gained 15 to 20 subs the last few hours, which is nice. Have I? I haven't really looked at any stats. I think I was at like 630 something before I went live. I'm still at 639, so we've gained a few for sure. Which I'm more than happy about. I'm happy to welcome everybody here. Taylor saying, bored here in New Orleans. I'm about to start chasing on foot. Yeah, you could chase the locals around in New Orleans. That would be fun. As our couplet near Brookport has weakened a little bit on the latest radar scan here. And our cell near Grand Rivers still beginning to loosen up. Yeah, you can definitely chase water spouts too. Daniels County, Montana is under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning as well. I can go ahead and show that. I know this is the one I've already showed, but I want to take another look at its hail core. And it does actually look to be weakening. It looks like a lot of that product is coming down from the upper levels of the atmosphere. So this one might be on its way out in terms of the hail. So all of that hail that was being suspended is probably being thrown to the surface now. So probably golf ball size hail dropping near the Canadian border, just north of Scobie and Matic. I see all the conversation about what's been happening in New Orleans recently, and I tend to agree. It was a weird time covering that Arthur stuff. We were covering a different severe weather event at the time as well, and then all of a sudden we were like, why is there a tornado warning in Louisiana? And that went all the way through the next morning too. And again, we do still have the tornado warning for Livingston, Lyon, and Marshall counties, but it is looking much worse, much weaker. We could be seeing possibly a handoff here, as we might get a new updraft that's establishing itself on the back end here and is going to work its way back down. So it is possible that we see this thing recycle. So we're going to keep on the lookout for that. Meanwhile, it looks like our tornado threat near Brookport has fizzled out a lot as well. Yeah, Taylor, I remember I saw a text or a message or something that you had sent from like 4 in the morning or something. And I was like, what were you doing awake? And yeah, it didn't occur to me that you were in those tornado warnings until it did, you know. While we have a moment, I guess I can go ahead and show off some of the great features on our website, which you can visit for yourself, WillBrattonWx.com, and you can download all of these images immediately. And if you want to share images, if you want to zoom in, let's say you're in Bismarck and you really want to hone in on the risk out there, you can just right click and copy image. And then wherever you paste it, you'll get that image of what you're seeing on the screen right now. Let me just quickly do this, and then I can just open this link and bam, there it is. There's that screenshot. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff, a lot of cool stuff you can do with these outlooks. You can do this for tornado, wind, hail. As you can see, we still have that SIG 2 risk for wind. We have that SIG 1 risk and a 10% for tornadoes, as well as the 5% back in Kentucky and Tennessee. I'm not really so confident in the whole Tennessee side of it, to be honest with you. And then tomorrow we have nothing for tornado risk, which is nice. A little bit of a break. But that will change for day 3. Always worth shouting out the website. We have put a lot of work into it, and our web development guru, Josh, has done an incredible job, a breathtaking job with it. That whole website is just absolutely stunning. And also, if you go to our website right now, and you go to our About page, you can actually find out who our new, you can get an early information on who our new Storm Chaser signing is that's going to be announced very soon. As both of these cells definitely either need to recycle or they're going to kind of fizzle out here. I'm going to check in on some more business in Kentucky. Some of these cells. It looks like we might have a little bit of rotation trying to work its way in near Horse Branch with a little bit of a bowing segment of this cluster of storms here. Weather Wisdom saying, make sure to drink plenty of fluids. I'm way ahead of you. I am way ahead of you. Don't worry. Yeah, Taylor, speaking of the flooding stuff, I like the videos that Julian was sending me were pretty crazy too. From the Gulfport area. And I was getting videos from Greg Nordstrom as well. Some of that flooding was crazy, and people are just driving through it and getting stuck left and right. Like if you see a flooded roadway, man, turn around. Like your car is not Superman. And even if you're driving a truck, it's also not Superman. Like there's a point where you can't go through. Kevin saying it may have a marginal opportunity on Tuesday for lightning in my area in Ireland. That's cool. Turn around, don't drown. Yeah, absolutely. That's got to be the saying. Yeah, this is a beginning to recycle a little bit just west of Hamletsburg here, as we still do have that low-level rotation around 400 feet. Meanwhile, near Grand Rivers, things are, I think we are definitely getting a handoff here, as it looks like that new updraft is trying to get established right now. So we are seeing a new updraft trying to get established here. It's going to begin to pull itself down just a little bit to the south, and at that point, we can see this try to get going again. Taylor saying, Will, did I not send you videos from Kenner? We had some of the most rain in Louisiana besides that one spot west of West Feliciana Parish. I don't know. I think you did send videos. I'm pretty sure you did. All right, we're going to check in on Montana and North Dakota. They did upgrade this cluster, this whole group of thunderstorms to a considerable for 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, that's a broad assumption that they can make and put a considerable there out of an abundance of caution, because these storms are just in the middle of a radar hole and we have no way to know exactly what's going on in them. We don't really have many spotters up in some of these storms up here. So we can't really get a good picture on those. But we do have a lot of spotters out in right near the border here of the tri-state border of Montana, North Dakota, and South Dakota, trying to get a hold of these ones. So we'll continue to watch that. Kason saying, notice the guitar in the background. Do you make music or do you only play existing songs, or is it more of a background item? No, I'm learning guitar. I'm okay at guitar. I've always sang my whole life. So I do music, mostly covers. I've written some of my own stuff too. It was never any good. But yeah, we're definitely getting a mezzo handoff here. So we have a new recycled cell that could become tornadic here not long from now, as our tornado warning for the Brookport storm actually has been lifted, interestingly. So we are seeing a new couplet developed here, and it's very weak, just east of Grand Rivers, headed towards Lamask. So that could definitely get its act together and tighten up. Give me 1 second. I had to let the cat out of here now. My goodness, she really got hair everywhere. It's impossible to be mad at her. Caleb said, just wrapped up my broadcast and came running to this live stream. Thank you, Caleb. I love you, my friend. I miss you guys. I can't wait to see you all. I have news, by the way, that I told Lorian earlier. I am moving back to Starkville a little earlier than expected, so around August 5th or so. Taylor, yes, I have 3 cats, actually. 3 cats and a dog. For Nightbot weather lookup, I suggest adding in heat index for current conditions. Yeah, I don't think we have control over what variables are displayed with that, to be honest with you. I would if I could. Norman saying that stuff is also on an outflow boundary in Kentucky. Yeah, I think this is like, if this is what you're referring to, this is like almost the trailing RFD of this storm, because it hasn't been able to wrap up, and it's literally, this boundary has been extending out of this storm over time. I can show it. Yeah, you can literally watch it extending out of there. Um, yeah, Logan saying, you know, it'd be nice if we could control the weather. That would be nice. I would love I would love to be like the cloudy with a chance of meatballs guy. You know how sick it would be to just like want some ice cream and I just look up and some ice cream just hits me in the face. Like that would be awesome. Our tornado warning down here has been condensed down to just Lyon County here in Kentucky. So this one's headed towards Lamasco here as it continues to recycle after this mesoscale handoff. We've got a new updraft in play here. Meteorologist Will Bratton is the GOAT. Facts. Couldn't agree more. Norman saying, so will you be live much on winter weather and severe weather in the winter, early spring through grad school? Absolutely. Yes. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Taylor saying she's coming back to Starkville this week, but she doesn't know when she'll be back after that because I still don't have a car. Well, you need to not go to Starkville and waste your time, and instead you should spend your time car shopping. Weather Wisdom saying, I'm cooked. Fireworks in Warzone is starting. I don't know where you're located or what you're talking about, but good luck. Good luck. I'm happy for you, or I'm sorry that happened. You know what I'm sorry that happened is that our Underwood, South Dakota radar has gone down and left us blind. That is just really inconvenient. When did you start learning about weather from Happy Shark Guy? Great question. The first time I became interested in weather was when I was like 5 or 6 years old. It's in my Why Am I Doing This video, actually, which is on my channel. Definitely recommend checking that one out. And then I studied meteorology in elementary school a little bit in my library. I was just reading random books about severe weather that I could find. It wasn't anything in depth, of course. I was a kid. And then into high school, obviously, I decided that's what I wanted to do with my life. Went to college and studied it, got my degree, and now I'm doing my master's. So that is where I am at. Norman saying, or Taylor's saying, can't car shop until I have money from insurance. Okay, that's fair enough. Norman saying, gonna say throughout my time passing through Starkville, I really enjoy that town a lot. I agree. Starkville is great, man. I really do like Starkville. It's a small town, but you still have that like big school, SEC school feel. It's perfect for someone like me who I'm not like huge on the party scene, but I also want to be able to go to the bars and have a good time. And so I'm able to accomplish everything. What have I done? What did I just click on? Okay. It's like I don't want to be bored out of my mind in a town, but I also don't want to be at a party school. You know, that's not my thing at all. So, Kaysen saying, always find it cool how sometimes the radar and satellite imagery can detect the flames from rocket engines. Oh yeah, absolutely, man. The radar is not trained to hit water. The radar is trained to hit anything. So it'll detect, you know, waves of bugs and flocks of birds, wind turbines, all sorts of cool things can sometimes get reflected by the radar and produce some weird radar artifacts. Shout out Mike Brown. Caleb saying Starkville is the best. I'm biased and haven't been anywhere else. Yeah, Caleb was born and raised in Starkville, went to college in Starkville, and now works just north of Starkville. He's a homebody. Taylor saying my parents know a dealer at a local Volkswagen dealership who will hopefully get me a good deal, but my old car that I totaled was bleepy and probably isn't worth much. Norman saying just don't go to Georgia for the bar scene. My buddy Zach went out there and said that he liked it a lot. He actually had an internship out there. As our latest scan just west of Lamasco has gotten slightly weaker, just a slight downtrend. And my cat's scratching at the door again. I just let her back. What? What? I don't think anybody else is home right now, so she just wants all my attention. Weather Wisdom says, I love eating mice. What? I know you meant minced garlic, but Kevin saying, I had a cool season and QLCS hit me in March. Got some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as it surged out. Yeah, dude, those wind gusts are no joke, man. Kevin saying, don't stub. You know, I'm not going to lie. I was really attentive, Kevin, to make sure I did not stub my toe this time. Like, I was, like, laser focused on the floor. I took the steps nice and slow. I think a lot of our tornado threat in the Kentucky and Tennessee area is probably not going to be quite as elevated here. Arya is right behind me there on the floor. You can see her. Oh, she's just off camera. I'll just grab her really quickly. What? Where are you going? Oh, I have to capture you. Hello. Hi. She's got the zoomies now. She wanted my attention earlier. Now she just wants to run around. But this is Arya. I call her Squeaks because she never shuts up. Anytime she wants something or doesn't want something, she just yaps at you. Love her to death. I'd go full screen and show her, but she doesn't want to be held right now. She's got the zoomies. Yeah, Norman saying that the Georgia athletes try not to get arrested challenge is really difficult. I was like, why does this not feel right? I put the left earbud in my right ear. All right, so we do still have this tornado warning for Lyon County, Kentucky here. And again, this cell just underwent a mesoscale handoff. We got a new updraft fully in place here. Kevin Joy is asking a phenomenal question, which just gives me an awesome segue here. Give me a minute. So, Kevin asking, did I chase a Unionville, Missouri tornado a few weeks ago? No, I did not, but I was broadcasting it, and our storm chaser, Alan, was out there. And you can view our collaboration on a little documentary coverage of that from Midwest Weather and Us at that YouTube link in the chat. Okay, so we do, again, this couplet is tightening up a little bit just west of Lamasco here for Lyon County, Kentucky. So this is still a possible tornado-producing storm here in the next few minutes. We are looking less than 2,000 feet, and things are incredibly tight. Sorry, they are tight. Things are incredibly strong in terms of our velocities here. Yeah, South Dakota needs. Oh, Brandon's in the chat with Midwest Weather as I'm just sitting here gassing up your guys' Unionville coverage. How about that? As we've got possibly an update on one of these tornado or on our only tornado warning here in a minute, potentially. Oh my gosh. I'm seeing some soundings that have been rendered out by the NAM. Now, keep in mind, the NAM just likes to go for doomsday scenario. But for Monday, it's looking solid. I'm also seeing from Connor Croft that storm an hour ago. Talking about a debris ball, and that's just, for me, that's just not a debris ball. Like, that radar beam is 20,000. You cannot confirm a tornado there. I don't know what he's talking about. And he's a really great storm chaser, so I'm really kind of surprised to see that from him. That's kind of a little bit naive. But interesting. Anyway, it could have been a tornado. He might have been right, but Kevin saying there was actually a weak tornado in Ireland yesterday. Tree got uprooted. It was a little skinny, scuddy rope. of sorts. Cool. Out there in Ireland. They get them every now and then out there in the UK. As it looks like things have downtrended a little bit again on our couplet here just west of Lamasco, which is good. I'm not seeing any kind of a CC drop that would indicate that we have a tornado on the ground there as well. I'm really surprised by what I just saw on Twitter there about that Montana storm. All right. Again, this is our only tornado warning on the map for the time being. We're here in Lyon County, Kentucky. Yeah, I agree with you, Kevin. That is to me like going on Twitter and publicly calling out the whatever weather service office that is for a radar beam that's picking up a tiny bit of interference at 20,000 feet in the air is really just naive and like a little bit immature. I don't know. I don't expect that from Connor Croft. He usually does a great job with things. That's I don't know. I was really surprised to see that, to be honest with you. That kind of took me aback a bit. Apparently, the Twitter crowd has been storming the Billings National Weather Service office. So I guess they must be in charge of that. That seems kind of far north, the Billings office, for where that was. Norman said there was also a chaser on it, and there was no reports of a tornado from what I've seen. Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. There were a handful of chasers out there, I believe. Yeah, I'm really surprised to see that, especially with how like well known Connor Croft is. Like there's a level of like there's a muzzle that you have to put on yourself. Like, when you want to be critical, sometimes you have to be a little more cautious about it. As our tornado warning has been lifted down here in Kentucky. So we are down to effectively 0 tornado warnings on the map, but we do still have 2 rotating couplets where things could try to get reestablished. None of them are looking particularly threatening though. Kevin saying, yeah, really stupid call even from him. Office could have issued a precautionary tornado warning, but if there was a tornado with that type of couplet, the TDS would have been big. Exactly. Yeah. Unless we were, I mean, yeah. In general, yes, I agree with you. Unless that thing was launching debris crazy high in the air. Like he said, there is likely a long-tracked, strong tornado on the ground, I think was the language that he used. And like that could not be farther from the truth, because if there was, you would have debris getting lofted high enough in the air where you'd have a large debris ball at, 15 to 20,000 feet there. So I don't know. That's just really immature from him and kind of surprising, to be honest with you. I don't really expect that from him. There's a lot of folks in the community, though, in this weather community that just want to do nothing but put each other down, which is really disappointing to see. But that's just the world we live in. Yeah, I'm really happy there have been no tornadoes so far today as well. But we are just about to get into the peak hour here. So from about 7 to 8 p.m. Central Time here is the expected peak hour. And you can see that warning at the top of your screen. That is actually our warning being lifted. So that's an update, not a new warning being issued. That's an update on the current warning. So I got to open the door again for Aria. Go ahead. She'll probably be back in 5 minutes. Brandon saying he's done a lot of immature things during his chases. He's definitely grown, but he's got a lot more growing to do. I agree. No, listen, here's the thing. You're working, on crazy shows. Okay, we did just get a new tornado warning down in Lyon County now. So this time it is a real new tornado warning that they've issued for Lamasco here. So they've issued this one with a 30-minute warning. So we do have another tornado warning back in place here. Again, when people like Connor Croft, they're, he's very young. They get like, I want to word this carefully because I don't want to start any riots or seem like I'm talking smack here, because I do have a lot of respect for Connor Croft. And I'm not just here like trying to pick on him. But what I am trying to say is that essentially like the recognition that folks like that get sometimes when they're young, it can go to their head so quickly, man. And you just start thinking like you have the authority to call out anyone and everyone and that your opinion is the most valuable because, you did this and that. And I'm not saying that's what's going through his head and that's, the issue here, but I'm saying that is, definitely something that's possible for people who, do things like that. Again, I'm not trying to burn any bridges here. Again, I respect Connor Croft a lot, I'm not out here trying to say like Connor Croft sucks. He doesn't. He's a great storm chaser. But yeah, I just don't agree at all with what he just posted on Twitter there. Taylor said, do we know if he's chasing today? I have no idea. But yeah, we are down here in Lyon County, Kentucky, and from the the Hopkinsville radar, we are looking at around 2,500 feet. From Paducah, we are only looking at around 2,000 feet. Consider me intrigued. So still not looking super impressive, but it's still there. Kevin saying we got something crazy going on in Belgium. That's cool. It's definitely possible, by the way, that the U.S. men's national team in the World Cup will play Belgium in the round of 16 if both teams win. Let me check Twitter. Okay, I'm not seeing the tag yet, but that's okay. Whenever it gets there, I'll look at it. Assuming it's just radar presentation, I can show that on air. No problemo. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Well, actually, it doesn't matter. All right. Yeah. Again, this is our only tornado warning on the map for the time being. I'm still watching everything pretty closely out in Wyoming, South Dakota, and North Dakota. It's just kind of a mess here. We do have 70-mile-per-hour winds being tagged here up in kind of the middle of nowhere in Wyoming. And the Underwood radar is back online as of literally 4 minutes ago. Okay, so great news. The Underwood radar is back online. That is like the absolute best news we could have gotten here. I'm going to go ahead and check in on all of these storms while I've got a minute to do so. Okay, so we're not getting everything loaded in yet, which is fine, I guess. What about here? Okay, so we don't have everything. Do we have dual? We have dual pole. Interesting. We just maybe don't have the highest tilt angles or something. Okay. It's just because I'm too far away from the radar. I'm just an idiot. Anyway. We do still have a lot going on down here in South Dakota. Just a large Boeing segment of storms. Now, this one's interesting here because this one is very outflow dominant. And look at these values here. We're getting in, and this is less than 1,000 feet. We're seeing 65 miles per hour-ish in this region. So that is crazy. Yeah, no, Taylor, you are right. But also, I just realized we're just really far from the radar. And I'm trying to take a volumetric scan. And yeah, anyway, we're here now. Look at, okay, so this is a heck of a hill core. This should be and it is a considerable, okay. This is I don't know if this was just upgraded, question mark, to a considerable. No, it was already there. Okay. It's tagged for 2-inch hail. It could probably tagged, honestly, for 2.5-inch hail. These are some powerful storms here. I'm not really seeing any kind of crazy rotation or anything at the mid levels. We're looking at 11,000 feet in the air here. And ironically, the Underwood radar being back doesn't even help us all that much because we're already getting into North Dakota. Things are also looking a lot more congested and linear. So it's definitely possible that we don't really see a lot of tornadic action here. So that's definitely something to think about as well. Kevin saying storm mode already looks pretty poor for anything significant. Yeah, okay. You just basically said the same thing I said. Great analysis, Kevin. Since it aligns with my analysis, it must be right because I'm always right, of course. Of course. Yeah, near Underwood here, some pretty strong winds coming out of these storms. Pretty strong. And I know I was looking. What was I looking at? I don't even know. Anyway. The number one fail mode for today was always going to be storm mode. The instability was there. The helicity was somewhat there. It was good enough. You had enough surface moisture. You had well-backed surface winds. It was always going to be the fail mode of storm mode tonight. We have Logan in the chat saying, I've been watching this closely. There's several fail modes. Yep. Kevin saying, I was skeptical for storm mode here, but yeah, this is why they probably should have kept a 5 sig 1. Yeah, I think a 5 sig 1 is, I think either is fine, honestly. I know people kind of freak out when they see a 10%, but I talked about this earlier, but a 10% risk statistically implies that 1 in 10 events will verify perfectly. Like that's a very low confidence percentage. And given that things definitely looked pretty solid with some of the afternoon model runs, like early afternoon model runs, I don't think it's a bad thing that they went ahead and issued a 10%. I think the National Weather Service offices and the Storm Prediction Center all catch a lot more hate than they should. I think they do a really good job generally. Obviously, they make mistakes. We all do. That's meteorology. You know, we can't be perfect. We don't have enough instrumentation. We don't have enough radars. We don't have enough radiosondes. We don't have enough power in our models. Like whatever it may be. There's so many reasons that we cannot ever really be perfect. But yeah. Logan saying just because there's a tornado risk doesn't mean there's going to be a tornado, and just because there's no tornado risk doesn't mean there won't be a tornado. This is very, 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 very true. Very, very true. There was no tornado risk outlined in Oregon, I can tell you that much. And there wasn't a tornado, to be fair. So that area of Oregon was actually barely even in a general thunderstorm risk on the categorical, which is kind of funny. I am seeing this damaging wind deal going on. 43 meters per second. Wow. That's crazy. The European mind cannot comprehend. Oh, man. That's crazy stuff. Anyway, I'm watching this couplet here on this storm. And this is out west of Andes or Sioux Pass, south of Brockton here in northeastern Montana, I should say. We did just get another tornado warning in Kentucky. This is an extension of the same one. Although I don't know if I'm not really much of a believer in this. It has weakened a little bit. Although this is a very small warning polygon they've issued ahead of this thing. So this is now just for Caldwell and Trigg counties here in Kentucky, as I have probably cat hair in my eye now. The latest scan still has 45 meters per second in Brussels. That's crazy. Taylor saying, no way I just said any of those city names in Montana correctly. I would bet you I said all of them correctly. Andes and Sioux Pass in Brockton? What's what's how could those be wrong? It's a famous mountain range. It's a well-known word, and Brockton's easy to pronounce. What did I do wrong? Enlighten me. Oh, hey, Braden. I didn't even know you were in the VC. Oh my goodness. I am struggling with whatever just got in my eye. We did just get another considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds down here in North Dakota. Or excuse me, actually, this is South Dakota, just south of the border. Pardon me. That's for Harding County. And then just adjacent to it is Norman County, or Bowman County, excuse me, in North Dakota. That's also under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Also in South Dakota, this is all contained to Harding County. Okay, I see. In Montana, we have Carter, Custer, and Fallon counties here in this considerable severe thunderstorm warning. This one's tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball-sized hail. I'm definitely watching this one pretty closely for the possibility of becoming tornadic here, as we've got a solid couplet at the mid levels. It's nothing crazy, obviously, but it's all right. Case in saying, speaking of radiosondes, I think NOAA should launch a program where we can send weather balloons from our backyards, but realistically, there's reasons why that could be a bad idea. There's a lot of reasons why that would be a bad idea. Number one being things flying above you. There's a specific schedule for these weather balloons. You don't want like a small aircraft to smack into one, for example. If you just have weather balloons flying up all over the place, they need to be documented very closely and tracked. So I like your sentiment, though. I do agree. I would love for there to be more radiosondes, without a doubt. That is probably the number one thing we can do to improve meteorology right now. And then number two would be filling our radar holes. And then number three would be, improving our models, of course. Taylor, what are you painting? I want to know what you're painting now. Can you send me a picture? I'll show it on stream. I'm playing. You don't have to do that unless you want to, but. We do have a pretty powerful hail core and decently tilted with this storm here as well. So that's definitely interesting. Storms that just go on this like northward trajectory are always very interesting. Taylor says she's painting Link from Twilight Princess. I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know what that is. Perhaps I'm uncultured. All right, let's go back down to Kentucky and see what's going on with our tornado warned cell, our little mini supercell, which looks to be like significantly weaker now, even. So I would expect these warnings to get lifted here, to be honest with you. Oh, oh. I know what Zelda is. Sorry, I didn't know what Twilight Princess is. I assume that's one of the Zelda games. I know who Link is from Zelda, of course. Kason says, are you aware of the Raspberry Shake project? Someone should do something similar to that, but weather stations instead. I can't say that I am. Can you spark note it for me? What is that? Per spotter network, we had a brief tornado down north of Brockton, Montana. So that's the storm I was literally just looking at this whole time. Where I was like, man, this one kind of looks all right, huh? This one going straight north. This one right here. Wait, north of Brockton? Wait, never mind. What? What do you mean north of Brockton? When was this? We're getting some bright banding in our velocity scans from the melting layer, unfortunately. Like, what? I guess it would be these guys that saw it. Chelsea Burnett, Robert Heidenreich, Ryan Carty, and Adam Laprade, or Laprade. Laprade, I don't know. 3 minutes ago? Really? Are you sure you didn't mean to say south of Brockton? I mean, no one's there. Strange. I don't know. We're in a radar hole. not even bad. We're just in some bright banding interference. We're not in a radar hole at all. It's an open source, crowdsourced network of Raspberry Pis monitoring earthquakes. Oh, interesting. That's cool. No, I haven't heard of that. We did just get a very large, considerable severe thunderstorm warning here for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts associated with more of these storms that are just kind of falling apart down here in Wyoming. Just kind of elevated. We're just, yeah. These are these like kind of drier thunderstorms out here. A lot of wind. Speaking of a lot of wind, we got a lot of wind here near south of Awanka, down the highway to the southeast from Farmingdale. That is a big time wind producer here. Possibly getting a 60-mile-per-hour gusts, maybe 70, but I wouldn't bet on it. There's some way to get spotter network report overlays on GR. Let me see if I can grab it for you. Yeah, it's a place file. I just don't have it. I have the dots right now. I haven't messed around with it enough, to be honest with you. Looking at other place files to grab. I mean, I can get storm reports here. What is it's these buttons? Like I can turn on these storm reports. Go to Glasgow. But these are just going to show up for hail. Hail and wind. And I think we can get tornado on here too, but it's not anything crazy. But yeah. Braden, I feel you on that with Spark Notes. Yeah, Kaysen, feel free to drop it in my Discord. You are good, my friend. All right, we're gonna go back down to our tornado warnings down in Kentucky for Caldwell, Trigg, and Lyon counties, where it's not in Caldwell County or Lyon County anymore. It's just Caldwell and Trigg counties now. So I'd expect that the Lamasco tornado warning would be lifted here within a second. As we have maybe things are trying to get going again, but like this thing just keeps recycling and doing nothing. It's a pretty weak and small supercell here. I'm going to go ahead and leave this on the screen for your entertainment so you can stare at basically nothing for about 30 seconds while I take a leak. I'll be right back. Quick bio break. Bear with me. All right. We are back in action. Norman said he sent me the place file. All right, let's see if I can get this. What the? How do I save this? Like as a. Hang on. Let me figure this out. I haven't screwed with place files in a while. I need to save it as like a .rsl product, I think. What is this? I don't really remember how to screw with this stuff. Oh, wait, no, I just need to put the link in, don't I? The link for the place file. That's right. Hang on. I'm gonna figure this out. There we go. Okay. There we go. Spotter network reports. Man, I'm stupid. Yeah, I just needed to put the link in as a place file. I haven't added a place file in a while. So that's kind of funny. Anyway, yeah, we had a tornado report from Riker Sellers. Yeah, this will be useful. We had a funnel cloud report over Taco Bell observed from Burger King. What is that? It's a wind. This is a cool place file. All right, let's go back up to Montana's. I think our Kentucky deal is just about donezo here. Although, actually, maybe not. Well, I looked away when I went to take a leak. It tightened back up, so we'll stay with it. It's definitely tightened back up a little bit here. We're going to stay with this one here. That Burger King funnel cloud is really messing with me. This was just north of St. Louis. Moving southeast over Taco Bell, observed from Burger King, bro. What are we doing? Anyway. All right, back to our tornado warning, which is live here in Caldwell and Trigg counties. This is in areas like Cobb, Cerulean Springs, and Cadiz, headed towards Gracie. Yeah, Caleb, I am familiar with The Legend of Zelda. I just didn't know whatever the specific game was that Taylor was referencing. All right. Peak gaming franchise. Wii Sports or Wii Sports Resort? Wii Sports, bro. The OG. It's got to be the OG. Nothing beats the original Wii Sports bowling, the fencing thing where you're like on that pad and you're trying to knock each other off the pad into the water. Nothing beats that. It's OG Wii Sports all day. And that's a debate I will have with you. All right. We have lots of. Is that a rain report or is that hail? That is hail. Okay. So we got 2-inch hail falling now. So we have possibly 2 different updrafts here, just south of Ludlow and west of Ralph in South Dakota here. We're looking at 12,000 feet in the air, and there's just no good way to get a picture on these. We do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for this cell, which is remaining kind of discreet here. So if this one can get itself going, it would have probably the best chance at producing a tornado out of really anything on the map right this second. Wait, what? Swordplay is resort? Nah, bro. Nah. Nah, bro. That's a bad moment for me. But the original Wii Sports Bowling is peak. Okay, we did get an extension, another extension on the tornado warning down in Kentucky. So this one's just been rolling and rolling and rolling. And it makes sense. The couplet has re-intensified and it is now moving out of the polygon. So this is now for Trigg County, Kentucky, headed towards Gracie. I am AI. You guys wait till WillBot happens, bro. You guys just wait. I'm going to take over the world with WillBot. I'm going to extort all of you for money, revenue, and views while providing false information. It's going to be awesome. All right. I need to watch myself, or I'm going to get myself into some tough waters here. Yeah, Taylor, PGF mentioned with Gracie. Shout out Gracie Fuller out in Chattanooga. A good friend of ours. So this one looks like it's really wrapping up here. We actually might get a tornado out of this for the first time ever with this cell, which has been going for quite a while now. So we're just south of Cerulean Springs here, or southwest of it. And we could definitely see a tornado come out of this here in the next few minutes as we head towards Gracie. Wii Sports Baseball? Okay, that's a good shout too. Yeah, I am a robot. I'm not a real person. All right, checking back in on North Dakota. Actually, let's look at this. Yeah, I see this tornado report here. Brief tornado 10 miles northwest of 335 and Road 205T. And that's where he was at, I reckon. And they're still kind of in that area. I think they've abandoned that cell, though. And I think they are going to this one down here, which is the one I was more interested in near Brockton. As that one definitely looks intriguing. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. We'll go back to Kentucky, though. Caldwell and Trigg counties in Kentucky. There actually was a brief tornado report in Kentucky back near Grand Rivers, which is interesting. If there was one, it was definitely weak and brief. Me versus Ryan Hall on Wii Sports Bowling. I would be so down. You know how fun that would be, dude? Battle, just to be a battle for who gets to keep doing YouTube, bro. That'd be funny. No, I actually do like. Anyway, I'm not gonna go into all this nonsense, but yeah. This one really looks like it's wrapping up here. This is the best shot we've had at this cell specifically producing a tornado in a while. And it's headed right towards Hopkinsville eventually here. See if we got spotters out here. We do. We have a couple people right in the inflow notch. So a couple of people in a really good position here to try and get a view on this. I don't know if either of them have yeah, they don't have like public feeds or anything that we could maybe get a picture from. Taylor, enjoy your dinner. I have not eaten dinner yet. I need to think about that. Kaysen says, someone should challenge Cruz, Haynes, Will, Ryan, Max, Weston's Weather, etc. to a Wii Sports tournament. That would be entertaining, to say the least. There's a lot of other names you could throw in the mix, too. All I'm saying is that AI could not generate me. That's all I'm going to say. For better or for worse. I respect it, Brayden. Yeah, our tornado warning out in Caldwell and Trigg counties has been shrunken down to the size of a needle. So, really, the risk is shifting now into Trigg County here as we're headed towards Gracie and eventually Hopkinsville. Oh yeah, it looks like there was a funnel cloud for sure near Brockton. It's impossible to say that if that was on the ground or not from this image I'm seeing. I don't know why they reported that as a tornado. There's clearly no ground circulation. It doesn't seem anyway. There could be, but oh, someone boosted our server. How about that? That's very nice of them. The fact that some people use robots for weather forecasting is crazy. I couldn't agree more. This storm morphology wise looks really good. I mean, okay. We can see a very clear bounded weak echo region here. So that's this right here. It's that rainbow going on here. So that is the sign of a strong rotating updraft. So we definitely have a strong rotating updraft here. Not that that's any surprise when we're seeing rotation at 1,500 feet, of course, but plus the hook echo morphology that we're seeing on radar is indicative of that as well. Welcome back, Lorian. So again, we do have just one tornado warning in place. It's this set of 2 polygons. I'm calling it one tornado warning, which is including Trigg and Caldwell counties. And really, we're really focused towards areas like Gracie, as this one now looks like it's starting to fall apart here, at least a little bit. So we may be weakening out a little bit on our tornado warning here, just northwest of Gracie in Kentucky. We are staying with things for the time being on this cell. We have about 40 minutes left or so in terms of our peak times to potentially get tornadic development here. And we're not really seeing much in the sense of that. We're seeing a lot of outflow dominance here. It's in South Dakota, at least. And back into North Dakota, we are seeing a couple of cells trying to stay discrete. Now, this is the one I talked about earlier when it was really young. If it can get going, it would probably have the best chance to produce a tornado of anything we've had tonight. This one could do it as well. This is another extremely young cell. So if this one could get going off into clear space and mature, it could also have a shot at doing it. But really, it's this cell near Fairfield that looks the most promising to me as it continues off to the northeast. Is Underwood down again? Oh. Okay. Incredible. You love to see it. Just outstanding. Case in saying, I checked and I have 394 videos in my watch later. Who knows what great videos I missed out on. Yeah. I've never really utilized the watch later feature on YouTube. TBH. All right, back near Gracie. Still there. Looks like it wants to try and go again in a few minutes here. So we are going to stay with it. Not so Rapid City. That's pretty good. I like that. Big fan of a good dad joke. Whoa. There's some volcanic eruptions going on. Interesting. Interesting. All right, so we are going to see this tornado warning polygon get removed here in just a minute, which includes Cobb out in Kentucky here. And then we're also going to see this new tornado warning polygon towards Gracie and just south of Cerulean Springs. We're going to continue to watch this one as it is still in effect for the time being as the cell still tries to get going. I mean, it's just not, it's not looking very impressive, but it's trying to do something. It is trying to do something. We do have a tornado possible tagged cell out here in Edmonton, Kentucky. Let's take a look at this, where we definitely have a little bit of rotation going on. Near Noblick, Edmonton, and headed towards Gradyville. And this is just east of Glasgow here in Kentucky, where we definitely, it looks like we have kind of two dominant updrafts here. So one out in this region and one out in this region. That's why we're seeing two different little areas of possible rotation here, which would be right here and right here. The southernmost one near Edmonton looking the most prominent for sure. It is getting a little late in the evening here, so we're probably not going to see, not really many spotters out there. No one really out there to get eyes on this. So this would be just completely relying on radar at this point here. I believe that is in the Eastern time zone as well. So for them, it is 8:30 p.m. Deadwood is a phenomenal place, dude. We stayed in Deadwood. That was the casino we went to, Norman, was in Deadwood. It was fantastic. And yeah, the MCV once again stealing the show instead of the main risk area. That it's, it is kind of funny that that's happened twice really recently. As we most definitely have a tornado possible type of situation here near Edmonton, Kentucky. Now, keep in mind, we're looking at 5,500 feet in the air, but we've definitely got a good couplet going at the mid-levels. So that's one to watch. Back just west of Hopkinsville, we are going to still stay with the cell that is near Gracie, but it's still looking so unimpressive. It's just a mini supercell, and it can't really fully wrap up the way it would need to if we were going to get a tornado associated with it. Back up to the Dakotas, we don't have any updates from the Underwood radar anymore, so the Rapid City National Weather Service office is flying blind. Meanwhile, at the upper levels here, we're not really seeing impressive rotation at all with the cell near Fairfield, so it is kind of looking like things are going to fall apart a little bit here. Not. Oh, okay. Maybe down in Bowman, we might have a little something going on. Or here near Ralph and Ludlow. But again, the issue is that we're looking 15,000 feet in the air here. How in the world is there a fly in this room? Near Ludlow here, just south of the border of North Dakota. So in South Dakota here. This is looking the best of anything. But again, we're 15,000 feet in the air and it means nothing really. Like, you can't look at that and be like, oh, there's a really big tornado threat there, because you're 15,000 feet in the air. I mean, you have multiple other areas of possible competing updrafts going on here. I mean, this is just a giant mess, all sorts of possible competing updrafts, all sorts of areas with upper level rotation, but we have no idea what's going on lower to the surface just because of the nature of these storms. Now, back in Montana, maybe something worth looking at just southwest of Andes. Maybe, but it's just not, none of this is really impressive, which again is a good thing. If the event busts, that's a good thing, because we don't want people to have, damage from storms and things like that. It's not ideal for my forecast, obviously, but to be fair, I was expecting this, and I said this morning in our forecast video. I was expecting this to be a lower end day anyway. Honestly, I was kind of surprised when they upgraded to a 10% region today. Now, again, I'm still not against it because 10% is a very low confidence, but it still surprised me that they went that high. Okay, and they have gone ahead and lifted that tornado warning. So we are down to just one small tornado warning down here in Trigg County. So this is headed toward, why did it zoom out like that? Just like gave me an aneurysm. This is headed towards Gracie right now. And it's still trying. It is trying. I'll give it that. And I bet you it's got some mid-level rotation that you can visibly see if you're in that area. But I guarantee you it doesn't look super impressive. On radar, it's not looking very impressive. We're going to check in, though, on what's going on near Edmonton, just south of Noblick here, where this one's definitely broadened out a lot. So this one's downtrending significantly. We may have had something like a brief spin-up rain-wrapped tornado in that mess, but if we did, it would have been pretty weak. So we do have just one tornado warning on the map, and it's not going to last too terribly much longer. It has only 13 minutes remaining. And I would expect that to kind of be the case here. I'm going to pull some frames back and look at this MCV from the Hopkinsville radar point of view. I think that'll be a cool visual to see. I'm just going to disable all the polygons for a minute. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of cool. So you can see the storm motion. These ones are trying to come up. These ones are trying to come down. And all of this is coming around this way. And you have your MCV situation going on here. So it's really easy to see visually when you look at it from this perspective. You can watch that moisture just being pulled up this way. That's the most telltale sign. And also a lot of these storms just doing basically nothing in the middle. That's one of your telltale signs as well, that you're sitting in the middle of that low pressure system where you just don't have as much support really with the winds. So that's just a cool little visual there, since we have extra time and not a whole lot going on. But back down in Gracie, we are still watching this one closely. It's a mini supercell here. And it really keeps trying, just repeatedly. It's just trying and trying and trying. It's not really getting anything accomplished, but it is trying. Well, all right. Now, keep in mind that I am still expecting, even if this tornado threat turns out to be a complete bust, I am still fully expecting a pretty decent wind event especially in North Dakota. The conditions are most certainly there for that. regardless of if we're getting a lot of tornadoes or not, which it seems as though we are not. I mean, we are most certainly not. And I think they're going to go ahead and remove this warning, or, I mean, maybe they let it go for the last 10 minutes, but I think they're going to go ahead and remove this warning here near Gracie soon, as this cell does look to be downtrending. As it's headed towards Hopkinsville, which is good. Definitely good news. So we'll see what happens with it. But yeah, there is definitely still a pretty big time wind threat throughout the Dakotas, especially in North Dakota, in the western half of North Dakota, as these storms begin to group up and form that line. Okay, and we did just get, I heard some dinging that would imply to me that we're about to get an update. Oh, okay, I see what we got. We got in North Dakota, we just got another tornado warning. So in Billings County, North Dakota, we did just get our first tornado warning of the night in that area anyway. So this is the one that I was talking about, south of Fairfield. I was like, if any cell is going to do it, it's probably going to have to be this one. This is radar indicated rotation, which really surprises me, to be quite honest with you. I mean, there is a very broad mesocyclone at 12,000 feet, but like to issue a warning fully off radar indication on that storm is difficult. It's difficult to get it right, but I respect them doing that out of an abundance of caution, because again, you never know what's going on at the surface with these storms. We actually did just get an extension on the Gracie storm tornado warning. Instead of allowing it to expire, they've added a new tornado warning headed towards Hopkinsville here. Interesting. Spotters have reported a funnel cloud potentially near Gracie, which they spelled wrong, which is funny. Interesting. Welcome back, Taylor. Braden, what's on the menu tonight? I have no idea, to be honest with you. Probably leftovers, or if we end up ending the broadcast a little sooner than expected, I'm going to go get myself like some canes or something. I got to splurge out. I am, all I ate today was a little leftover pizza, so. Now, I will say, like, I don't know what I'm looking at. This is just such a mess. They have gone ahead and lifted the original, or the most recent tornado warning, at least, or the second most recent one. So we do have a tornado warning for Gracie, and this is in Christian County, Kentucky, headed towards Hopkinsville. We still have the tornado warning in North Dakota in Billings County. And yeah, I mean, again, I totally am. I'm cool with them issuing warnings on stuff like this out of an abundance of caution. I mean, there's just no way to know. There's no spotter within like 50 miles of here, or like 100 miles of this cell. And we're in a radar hole, so we just have no way to know. So that's just where we're at. We are seeing hail reports coming out of golf ball sized hail near Buffalo, South Dakota. And we did just get a destructive severe thunderstorm warning just across the border in Montana. How long has that been there? That's actually been there for a few scans. I didn't notice that. So this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Adams, Bowman, and Slope counties in North Dakota, where we have 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So this is a destructive severe thunderstorm here. And this is for areas like Hodges, Wibaux, Intake, up here just across the border in Montana. We also just had another destructive severe thunderstorm warning put in place. This one is also for 80 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail, where we have had an observed 80 mile per hour wind gust from trained weather spotters, they say. Okay, so interesting. So that one is going to be for Adams, Bowman, and Slope counties in North Dakota. Okay, sorry, I misread that a second ago. So Adams, Bowman, and Slope counties in North Dakota. In Montana, we have Dawson, Prairie, Richland, and Wibaux counties. Pardon me. Kevin, you're headed to bed. I really appreciate you stopping in and chatting with us tonight. Have a great rest of your night. Stay safe, sleep well out there in Ireland. Thank you for the kind words as well. Happy to have you here. Make sure to come in every time we're live. It's great having you. So it looks like we are starting to get some activity picking up out here in the Dakotas. And again, this is radar indicated rotation on our current tornado warning for Billings County, North Dakota. There's absolutely no way to confirm whether or not we would have a tornado with this storm because we are in kind of the middle of nowhere and there are no spotters out there. And we are in the middle of a radar hole. So we got to work with what we got. We got to work with what we got. All right, let's take a jump back to Christian County, Kentucky here, near Hopkinsville, the storm near Gracie, where apparently a funnel cloud has been reported. Help Weather's in the chat. How about that? And Logan, I agree with you. This is, yeah, there's no one there. You got to make do with what you got. If you see a little rotation like that, you can put a small warning polygon on it, absolutely, and there's never going to be an issue with that because there's no way to know what's going on at the lower levels there. But Help Weather, welcome back. Good to see you. We are tracking tornado warnings out in Kentucky and North Dakota right now, where the cell near Gracie has completely fallen apart. This warning really shouldn't have been placed, in my opinion, most likely. Maybe they're seeing something that I'm not seeing on the ground. There are no spotters. Actually, we do have some spotters in the area on this one. Yeah, the Underwood radar has been down for a large portion of the evening, which is not ideal. And again, here's our tornado warning, which has broadened and weakened. This mid-level rotation has really fallen apart out here in Billings County, North Dakota. Yep, I did see that 80-mile-per-hour wind gust out there. And we actually do have perhaps a little bit of rotation in there as well. Everything is just so messy. We just have no way to know exactly what things look like, unfortunately. It's just brutal. But we do have two destructive severe thunderstorm warnings in place. In North Dakota, we have Adams, Bowman, and Slope counties. That's where we had an 82-mile-per-hour wind gust recorded not long ago. And then in Montana, we have Dawson, Prairie, Richland, and Wibaux counties, all encompassed in that 80-mile-per-hour wind risk as well for a separate thunderstorm. A rotating storm in Nebraska? My favorite place in the world? Whoa, do we have a donut hole there? What in the world? How about that? Whoa. Okay, so we have a very large and powerful mid-level cyclone here at around 12,000 feet. Mid-level mesocyclone, sorry. At around 12,000 feet. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning storm for Sheridan County, Nebraska. We did just get a tornado warning in South Dakota. That's going to be for Harding and Perkins counties. So that's the storm I was just talking about too. And it looks like we actually do have the Underwood radar back for the time being. and we did promptly get a tornado warning on this cell for another powerful mid-level mesocyclone, so around 12,000 feet. And again, you have to issue tornado warnings out of an abundance of caution in these types of situations sometimes, because you have no real way to know what these look like, unfortunately. Now, we do have a lot of spotters on this one. So it wouldn't be surprising to see maybe a tag on this that says like spotters reported a funnel cloud or something. Nope, just radar indicated rotation. Well, we are getting a few tornado warnings active here right now, and potentially more, as the cell in Nebraska tries to do something. It is also in a radar hole. Shocker. Yeah, definitely a powerful mid-level mesocyclone there on that cell in Nebraska. The storm near Ralph, South Dakota looks good. Yeah, that's this one up here. You're just looking at. It's got that strong mid-level rotation. Perkins, not Peckins. That storm northeast of Quinn, South Dakota shows signs of strengthening, possibly producing gusts up to 70 miles per hour. I'm guessing that's going to be these ones down here. Yeah, I tend to agree with you there. Definitely expanding. I don't know about directly strengthening. Regardless, though, at the low levels, it's holding 70-mile-per-hour winds. So we could easily be seeing very strong winds at the surface with this one as well. Really, this entire line is probably going to unzip and connect here pretty soon. And that would definitely pose the risk for possibly an embedded tornado anywhere where we can get notches like this. So that's something that we're going to watch as well in South Dakota here. All right, we're going to check in on the storm down in Kentucky, which again, I genuinely think should not be warned. But if they're getting reports of funnel clouds still, then sure, keep it. Absolutely. Nothing wrong with that. Just on radar presentation alone, I would say it doesn't need to be there. But radar presentation alone cannot ever give you that full confirmation. Back to North Dakota we go. As the mid-levels on this one really have weakened, although they have uptrended on the last two scans. It looks like it's recycling here, just southwest of Fairfield. So this one may need a new tornado warning, assuming they want to stay aggressive with these, something out in like this direction. So we'll see what they do with that. Meanwhile, further south, just right at the border, really, of South Dakota and North Dakota, we have that couplet going there. And again, we're looking really mid-level here. I mean, we're at 13,000 feet. So I like the tornado warnings. I like issuing those out of an abundance of caution with these types of storms. As this one's very clearly got strong rotation here at the mid-levels. But again, the mid-levels don't tell the whole story, obviously. You know, you need that rotation to make it all the way down to the surface from, you know, where we're seeing it at 13,000 feet to have a tornado. So, you know, there's a lot of things working against us here in terms of being in a radar hole, not having a lot of spotters in some of these. I mean, there's spotters on this storm, but yeah, radar holes, not having a lot of spotters. We're getting into like the nighttime hours here pretty soon. There's still daylight left out there. Another thing that'll be interesting is this boundary. This is something we need to watch pretty closely here. There's a boundary here that's heading southwest of Bismarck. And as that collides with these storms, we could definitely see some increased like vorticity. And now this is conditional. That's a big if. I don't know if it's going to collide with these storms because a lot of these storms are moving a little bit more north than I had originally expected. So I'm kind of expecting them to stay on this type of path. And who knows if they will really ever interact with this boundary. But if they do, we could definitely see some localized spin introduced into these storms at the low levels. And that would really help them become tornadic. So that's something that we'll pay close attention to. This is all just such a mess here, unfortunately. It's so hard to get a good read on any of this. The National Weather Service offices in this area have their work cut out for them tonight. They get a lot of hate, man, the National Weather Service offices, and they don't deserve that. They do a really good job. Same with the Storm Prediction Center. I think they do a really good job. Now, they have just issued a giant destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Adams, Bowman, Hettinger, Slope, and Stark counties in North Dakota. So this is tagged for 80-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail here. So this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning tagged tornado possible as well. So this is like literally the pinnacle of a severe thunderstorm warning. This is as big as it gets. And again, if I just go to velocities, I mean, you can see some of these winds. And again, we're looking at the mid levels, but there's some pretty good winds in there. Couple at northeast of Quinn, South Dakota. Oh yeah, that's down here. Yeah, we were looking at that a little bit ago. Yeah, possibly a little couplet trying to form here over the last couple of scans, just southwest of Hilland. Yeah, that's something that we can watch as well. Logan saying it's always better to over prepare than to not prepare at all. No, I mean, I agree. I will say you always want to be careful about not desensitizing people by being the boy who cried wolf. So that's a battle that you have to face as well. Checking in on Christian County, Kentucky on the tornado warned mini supercell. This tornado warning just should be gone at this point. It has 8 minutes remaining, and I cannot fathom that they would issue another tornado warning for this cell. If they do, then they must have a visual on it, which is good. If they have a visual on it, then absolutely, I'm all for it, obviously. Yeah, definitely a little bit of a couplet trying to form here over the last couple scans just to the west-southwest of Hilland. So this is kind of on the north side of this storm. So not a very traditional like supercell type of action here. This is low level. We're looking at 2,500 feet here. This bug keeps flying in my nose. Yeah, we do have quite the mess of things going on here. And I do think this tornado warning here is going to be removed shortly. The one for Billings County, North Dakota. And again, I think the Kentucky one is going to get removed within moments as well. Perhaps I could do that for Alan quickly if I have it. All right. Oh my gosh. I don't like going 2-panel mode when I'm doing stuff on air because I think it's really difficult to comprehend. Okay, there we go. Task completed there for Alan. Yeah, we do have some pretty strong winds being sustained here at 12,000 feet, which is not really that impressive. But Help Weather saying there were people on Twitter earlier talking about a debris ball in southeastern Montana, but I think it would be almost impossible to tell since it's so far away. You missed us have this whole conversation. We literally had this whole conversation about it, and I'm completely on team. That was you can't confirm that as a tornado. You can't confirm that as a debris ball. I think it's really immature to call it out like that. But that's just me. That is just me personally. Regardless, we do still have 2 tornado warnings on the map, splitting the Dakotas here. One in North Dakota, one in South Dakota. And I think the one in North Dakota will probably get lifted somewhat soon, as that rotation has really fallen apart. And it's not even really in that polygon anymore. The one in South Dakota, though, is most certainly still there. And again, we are looking at the mid-levels. This is 13,000 feet in the air that we're looking at here, trying to get a picture on this storm. And if we look from the Underwood radar unit, we are looking at just a few feet lower, like 500 feet lower than that, 12,500 feet. Help Weather saying there was also hail interfering with the radar beam, and there's just not much debris to be picked up other than dust. Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. There were all sorts of reasons that should never have been confirmed as a tornado, and that's why it wasn't, in my humble opinion. Yes, in my humble opinion. Looking at the very top of this hail core, this is a pretty impressive storm. I mean, it's lofting magentas, 60 plus dBz values, almost 40,000 feet. So this is a very impressive storm that could be producing some very large hail. It is tagged with only 2-inch hail. Honestly, it could definitely be tagged with larger hail than that. Although I will say the considerable severe thunderstorm warning encompassing it is tagged with up to tennis ball size hail, which feels a little better to me. Dude, Norman, this fly is really bothering me, if you can't tell. Apparently, there's a nice storm in Tennessee. We'll take a quick look at it. This is near Monterey here in Mayland. Ooh. Where we do have a little bit of rotation, and that would help verify this this risk a little more. Of course, we did have a conga line of tornado warnings all the way from over here down to almost Hopkinsville. That arrow is a little longer than it really should be. It was more like this. Where we had tornado warnings, and so yeah, that would be interesting if we verified this threat in Tennessee. Definitely have a little bit of a couplet going there, and I wonder if this is in Gracie's coverage zone because she's in Chattanooga. The fly is probably waiting for me to die or something. Wow. I'm seeing some videos of crazy shelf clouds from North Dakota. I'm going to drop this link in the chat. You guys can check that out on Twitter. That is so cool. There's a video of a tree being struck by lightning, like at close range. I'm dropping that in the chat too. You guys can take a look at that one. All right, back to our tornado warnings here. Again, we are still looking at decent mid-level rotation, though it has significantly fallen off just west of Lodgepole and just northeast of Ralph, here right at the border of the Dakotas. Meanwhile, our northernmost tornado warning is really kind of a nothing burger. There's still maybe a tiny bit of rotation redeveloping on the southern part of that warning polygon. But it's not anything I'd be particularly concerned about. That warning will probably be allowed to expire or will be removed within the next 15 minutes. And then back down. And it looks like the backlash from people on Twitter got to Connor, and he issued an apology statement basically saying, I could have been wrong here, but it still should have been warned regardless. Yeah, definitely not a debris ball. Anyway, going back to Tennessee, we did just get a tornado warning down here for that cell. So this is going to include Cumberland, Fentress, and Putnam counties here in Tennessee, where we definitely have a good rotating couplet just north of Mayland. This is northwest of Crossville, which is a pretty populated town. We don't really have any storm spotters on this. There's a couple folks nearby who could maybe get there. So we will see what happens with that. There's a new mesoscale discussion for Nebraska. Okay, let's take a look at it. Thank you for pointing that out, Norman. Let me get a hold of that. The page you've requested cannot be found. You got to be kidding me. Okay, I guess I'm not going to get the mesoscale discussion. Or can I just view the text? Ah, okay, I can view the text. They're saying this one discrete supercell in the Nebraska Panhandle will pose a risk for all severe hazards over the next 1 to 2 hours. Basically, this whole mesoscale discussion is around that one cell that we were talking about a little bit ago. I can go ahead and show it. It is going to be this one right here, I'm sure. Oh, wait, no, in Nebraska. Wait a minute. We were talking about this one earlier. That's right. Out here in Nebraska. So this is the one they're talking about for sure. So yeah, this one has nothing but clean air out ahead of it. And as I mentioned in that mesoscale discussion, and as we saw with observations in the earlier mesoscale discussion, these winds are really well backed coming out of the southeast here. So it's going to be very favorable for a storm like this if it can remain discrete. It looks like we might unzip a little bit of a line here, and that would definitely limit the threat. But this storm, regardless, as it propagates off towards the east, is going to pose a risk for all hazards of severe weather over the next hour or so. It is tagged right now with a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Back into the Dakotas, we still have this wind producer going on near Hilland, where we had a possible couplet trying to form that has fizzled out. And we're getting a little bit more. We just had another tornado warning issued for the same old cell near Hopkinsville. It recycled yet again. This is just a little engine that could. It doesn't want to stop. And this is just radar indicated rotation. We're not getting any reports of a funnel cloud. It's a mini supercell here right over Hopkinsville. So I'm a little surprised to see this, to be quite honest with you. Woo! I see that in the chat, and I didn't see this until just now, but this severe thunderstorm warning down here in Montana has been upgraded to 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. So this is literally hurricane force winds and weak tornado force winds here. So very, very powerful storm going on up here for areas like Scranton, Desart, eventually towards Regent, Molt, Burt, Havelock, New England even. We did just get another giant destructive severe thunderstorm warning just north of that. So that one's going to be for Billings, Dunn, Golden Valley, McKenzie, and Stark counties. This one is also going to be tagged for 80-mile-per-hour winds. So again, just like we talked about maybe 30 minutes ago, regardless of the tornado threat dying off, we still have a significant wind event that is coming to the Dakotas, regardless of any tornado threat. That was always pretty much a guarantee for this evening. The Storm Prediction Center has updated the day one outlook now. So I'll wait for that to update on my website. Again, as all of these tornado warning polygons have definitely been weak, or by all, I mean both of the tornado warning polygons in the Dakotas have definitely been downtrending. Back in Tennessee, we'll check in on this guy, which has been uptrending a little bit. So that area of rotation has grown a little bit larger and still maintained its velocities. So it's still tight, it's just larger. So that's definitely one to pay close attention to here. Oh yeah, I have a METAR place file. I just never put it on. Oh no, I have it. Or unless it doesn't work anymore. Maybe that's what it was. Yeah, I think this. Oh no, it works. Yeah, I do still have I have a METAR place file, but is it possible the storm near Hartsville, Tennessee is attempting to strengthen? I don't know where Hartsville is. I kind of have to take a guess. Oh, that one. Okay. It is definitely uptrending. Whether or not it's able to ingest any kind of spin may be a different story, but it's definitely uptrending as just a thunderstorm in general. We can show a little proof of life here. I can show those echo tops over some time. The mesoscale discussions place file is one that I don't have though, so that is definitely useful. That's pretty cool. Okay, as we go back in time, the storm near Hartsville, you're going to watch these echo tops continuing to build here. So that's what we're seeing here. The one out near Mayland and Crossfield, same deal. You can see a little bit of a meso handoff. Looks like it happened here to the southeast, and now it's gotten itself really going here as we have a tight couplet with this cell down in Tennessee. In Kentucky for Christian County, we do still have this tornado warning, which I'm just going to continue to be honest, as I always am. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me why we have this exactly, but we do, and that's completely okay. There is a couplet, you know, in the slightly higher levels. It's just so weak, and it's such a tiny little supercell. I don't know. But our cell down here in Tennessee is probably the most convincing on the map for me right now. And this rotation that we're looking at is only at around 7,000 feet. So, you know, it's not super low to the ground, but it's also not super high off the ground like we're seeing in the Dakotas. We can check in on the Dakotas here, as we do have just a giant wind event starting to get going here in South Dakota. So that is definitely something to watch. And then eventually we might see a little bit of unzipping here, and this whole thing might combine into a line, which is kind of what we were expecting initially. Both our tornado warnings in the Dakotas have now just been lifted. So we are down to just the Tennessee and Kentucky storm warnings or tornado warnings as of right this second. There was wow. Okay. I'm not going to show that as there was a typo showing an explicit word. But there was a tornado report just east of Gracie for a possible rain-wrapped tornado, they said, which really surprises me because this is a really small supercell and it's probably low precip. So I don't know. Let's see if it's been a couple minutes. Okay, my website is still not updated yet with the new outlook from the Storm Prediction Center, which is okay. It'll take a few minutes for that to happen. As we look back down into Tennessee, again, this is the most convincing cell on the map to me, but it's not. It just downtrended on the most recent scan. So that's just kind of where we're at. Not any kind of a robust tornado producing event today. So just 2 tornado warnings on the map right now. In terms of METAR for this storm, I'm going to see if I can find any surface winds in the area. It looks like there just really aren't any surface winds at all. So calm surface winds here. So that's definitely a fail mode for this storm. as we don't have that clean inflow coming into it necessarily. And then, of course, back in Hopkinsville, Kentucky, we still have this little mini supercell, which I just don't think needs a warning personally, but that's just me. That is okay. Is it going through Dawson Springs? Is what going through Dawson Springs? Where is Dawson Springs at? Help me out here. I'll figure it out. Dawson Springs, that's in Kentucky. Okay. I'm not sure if that's like part of Hopkinsville. Give me a second. I'm finding it. Oh, that's back near Paducah. No, you're good. You're good in Dawson Springs for the time being. Dawson Springs is there. It is. There's Dawson Springs. Yeah, this storm is well to the south of you, so you are good to go. And the storm that is near you is not tornadic; it's just a little thunderstorm. So nothing to worry about there in Dawson Springs, Kentucky. And I will say, Nick, that you can have a flood watch in your area without any rain happening because the rain has to go somewhere. If it falls upstream of you, it's going to flow right to your area. So there's been a lot of really dangerous and potentially deadly flash flooding in Kentucky and in all around your area in southern Illinois, southern Indiana, and in Kentucky recently. So definitely take flooding seriously. It's no joke. GR needs a search function. I think it has one. It's just not like ideal. Or I can like save cities, I think. Something somewhere, maybe in GIS. I don't know. All right, let's jump back up to the Dakotas. We do have another giant destructive severe thunderstorm warning polygon that was just placed down. That's for Billings, Dunn, Golden Valley, McKenzie, and Stark counties. It's got 48 minutes remaining where we're tagged with 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So again, we are switching modes here into more of a wind-producing event. The storms to the south are tagged with 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Plus quarter-sized hail. Can't forget about the quarter-sized hail. So the map is quickly getting pretty messy. We do have another large, considerable severe thunderstorm warning down here in South Dakota. And this one is tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds. And quarter-sized hail as well. So various large areas of damaging winds are going to be continuing throughout the night here. And again, this is going to go into the overnight hours pretty much. So we are nowhere near done. Now, I'm not going to stay live that whole time. We'll probably stay live for another hour or so and see the tornado threat out. And then at that point, I will probably end things off because it's just getting late at that point. If we had chasers out in the field, however, I would stay live until they were done fully for the night. So if they're going to chase until 2 in the morning, we would be live till 2 in the morning. But yeah, these are some powerful storms moving through South Dakota right now with just a lot of wind, just giant wind bags. Out in North Dakota, it's the same thing too. And I would say these ones are even more powerful. And they are tagged more powerful too. They are tagged with those 80-mile-per-hour and 90-mile-per-hour winds. So ones you got to take very seriously. All right, let's check in on our tornado warning down in Tennessee. It still looks to be downtrending significantly here. Yeah, we have significantly downtrended and pretty much lost our rotation there. So that storm is probably kind of a nothing burger at this point, which is good. Yeah, we also have, you know what's cool? If you go on our website, you can just go to forecast and it'll use your location. So, like for me, it's going to pull up where I live and I can click on the SPC risk and go to the outlook for the day, which has updated, by the way. They have shrunken down that tornado risk to a 5% with two different areas of concern. And then that wind risk is still maintained as it should be. And that's where we're at now. The tornado risk down here in the Tennessee area has been maintained at 2%. And we still have the risk for those inverted V soundings to produce some big time damaging winds in Texas into the later evening hours tonight. I don't think they made any changes to tomorrow. They shouldn't have. Should just be an update for this evening. But if you go to our website and go to the forecast tool, and it'll tell you all the current conditions in your area. And it'll also tell you that we have an extreme heat warning in effect for our area here. And I don't know. I wish I could view the details on that. That's one thing we need to add probably is a button to like view the details on those warnings. That's you know what? I'm going to make a note of that right now so I don't forget to work on that. Okay. I made a note of that. We'll work on that. Something to do. The 105-degree heat indices usually prompt a heat advisory. However, we do expect these high heat indices for several consecutive days, along with little to no relief due to the heat island effect. Yeah, that's the perks of being in a city like Chicago. And also the oppressive humidity. Oh, yeah. Believe me, I know it. I know it all too well. I'm not south. I'm not too far from you. I'm just south in St. Louis. So I feel you. Yeah, this tornado warning in Tennessee is probably going to be allowed to expire naturally if they don't lift it sooner than that. The one back in Hopkinsville, Kentucky has been shrunken down a bit as this storm is just a giant nothing burger. I don't know why this is warned, to be quite honest with you. But I do agree with them erring on the side of caution a lot of the time, especially with how populated this area is. You just don't want to be the boy who cried wolf. But I'm sure there's something they were seeing that I was not. Regardless, we do have a new tornado warning in place in North Dakota. So this is going to be for Adams County here in North Dakota, as we have this couplet from earlier that was near Ralph has now recycled and just crossed the border as we've gotten into North Dakota here. So again, we are looking elevated. This is around 11,000 feet in the air that we're looking at here. So there's no way to know if this is really a tornadic threat. However, if we look at spotter dots, there's all sorts of people on this thing. So we'll know pretty quickly. I don't know. I don't think any reports have been made. I can go ahead and check, see if we've had any reports out here. Nope. So we've had no reports submitted out here so far. And if we look at our METAR to find our surface winds here, you can see there's a wind barb right there. This thing has very clean inflow associated with it. These are very, very well-backed surface winds here. So for context, I'll draw this out. I know it's small. So the winds are going this direction. So very, very clean inflow coming into this storm. So it's got the pieces, it's got the ingredients, and it is semi-discrete. You can see it's not having as much interference from the south. So that will definitely help it as well. The northern part of it won't really matter as much. So all sorts of conditions are lining up for this one to potentially try to put down a tornado. But again, the rotation we're looking at is in the upper levels here. So it's not anything where I'm like, oh yeah, we're going to have a tornado for sure. Like this is looking crazy. It's nothing like that at all. All right, back to Kentucky for a moment here. We'll check in on this cell one more time, as it still does have a couplet. It's just so weak. It's so unbelievably weak. So it is there, but Mason, what's going on, Mason? I see you in the chat. And out here in Tennessee is still broadening out here. So looking less and less concerning out here in Tennessee. It could still recycle and try to do something, but for now, I'm not terribly concerned about it. The cell near Hartsville looks like it wants to try and take on that Hook echo morphology, though, it's not looking like it really has any rotation to it. Same thing with the cell near Lebanon, or Lebanon. And same with the one rolling right through Nashville. That one's very, very young, though. So all sorts of young cells all in and around the Tennessee Valley. All right, back to our tornado warning down here in Adams County, North Dakota. Still watching it closely. It looks like it has kind of maintained itself. It hasn't really downtrended or uptrended at all. I'm not really seeing any other areas on the map that stick out to me like we could have more tornadoes embedded in this line right now. There's a couple areas, maybe just west of LaFour, maybe near Havelock, and that's really about it. Maybe near Prairie City, but that one's a stretch. That's at 15,000 feet. I mean, a lot of this is a stretch anyway. Yeah, nothing really impressive there. So we're going to stay with these tornado warning cells. And if we get down to a point where we have no tornado warnings left on the map and we're just with the more anticipated wind threat for the evening, we'll probably call the broadcast at that point. But we're still a while, potentially at least a while away from getting to that point. Brandon, that's very smart to stay prepared with the heat, man. Heat is another one of those things, another one of those weather phenomena that's overlooked a lot of the time, and it can be one of the most deadly weather phenomena. As we did just get an update on our considerable and destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm gonna kill this fly, man. As they have cleaned up the map a little bit. So they've removed some of those older severe thunderstorm warnings and considerable severe thunderstorm warnings and cleaned it up. So we just have a couple of polygons on the map here now. So a total of 2 destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, 4 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, and 9 regular severe thunderstorm warnings. And a couple of those warnings are not in the Dakotas. We have something going on in Nebraska with that one large cell that's going to have all sorts of space ahead of it. We have one going on in Tennessee that's under a tornado warning as well. And then a handful just across the border in Montana here. And that's all of these. These are largely going to be small hail and wind producers. Now, this is one that could have a little bit of good rotation going near McCabe and Culbertson. So that's definitely something to watch. We will keep an eye out on this. All right, down in Tennessee, we're going to check in on this tornado warning down here. It has been shrunken down. And I figure that when it moves out of this polygon, they're going to let it expire as this storm is now downtrending a little bit. It is shrinking and losing some of those higher DBZ targets in there. So I would imagine that this warning is going to be allowed to expire naturally here. It does still have 22 minutes remaining, so it'll probably get removed once the storm moves out of that polygon. Up in Kentucky, for Christian County, this warning has been condensed even more as well to fully exclude Hopkinsville. And it is now including Pembroke. And it is still not impressive even remotely. But apparently we still have funnel clouds being reported as of 3 minutes ago. I mean, I don't blame them for keeping this warning up with all the funnel cloud reports that they've been getting. It's just not looking even remotely impressive on radar. So But that's okay. Sometimes it doesn't look like anything at all on radar, and you'll get a tornado out of it. So. All right, back to Adams County, North Dakota. This other tornado warning out here. We're going to take a look and see if it has been uptrending or downtrending. It's been kind of holding steady a little bit. It looks like the southwesterly winds have been enhanced. So the winds coming this way towards the radar unit within that rotating couplet have been enhanced a little bit, which would imply that it might be becoming more outflow dominant here, which could potentially suffocate it. So we're going to stay with it. We're going to stay with everything going on here tonight. Probably for the next 30 to 40 minutes or so. At least for like another 20, 25 minutes, probably, at the very least. All right. Now this one has organized itself a little bit more, but it's just so weak. It's just really, 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 really unimpressive. And then Christian County, Kentucky, still apparently getting reports of funnel clouds as of 3 minutes ago. At highways 68 and 80 east, they've been reporting these funnel clouds. So who am I to judge? All right, back in North Dakota in Adams County. We are still watching this one, which actually might have yeah, I think it uptrended. It maybe is uptrending just slightly. But I mean, it's just kind of hanging in there. We're looking at mid-level rotation here, guys. I mean, this is 10,500 feet in the air. You know, there's just no really good way to know exactly what's going on here, unfortunately. There's a lot of storm spotters out there, though, which is good news. A couple of other areas where we could see potentially a warning get issued, depending on how frisky the National Weather Service is feeling, especially as it moves into North Dakota. From the South Dakota POV, it's a lot more broad at like 6,000 feet and 9,000 feet, respectively. So you can only assume that it would be the same for this couplet as well. Just overall, nothing very impressive on the map in terms of a tornado threat. Now, there is some very impressive stuff in terms of the wind threat, without a doubt. As the cell near Fairfield Glade has really, really fallen off a lot. Again, it does still have a little bit of rotation, but it's just those echo tops have fallen a good bit. Well, I mean, the storm is shrunken at the very least. I don't know if those echo tops have really fallen as much as I thought they had, but it's definitely shrinking. Okay, at this point, it looks like this storm is finally completely gone. So perhaps we will finally be seeing this storm, calling it quits here, and see this tornado warning lifted. So there's another flash flood warning that has been issued at the top of your screen there. It's for Gibson County, Indiana. All right, back to Adams County again in North Dakota. We're just going to continue to follow this one because I think it's the most impressive one on the map. So we're going to kind of just hold out here for a little bit. Ah. I am very curious, I will say, to see the day 2 outlook tomorrow. So basically for Monday from the Storm Prediction Center. Obviously, the last time I was able to look at it in forecast was early this morning because we produced a little bit of a documentary that's coming out tomorrow, and then we've been working on a bunch of other stuff as well, and then broadcasting, of course. So I haven't been able to do any forecasting since early this morning. So I'm curious what the Storm Prediction Center has seen between the last time I forecast and now. So in the morning, it'll be really interesting to see that because I'm not staying up till only 1 a.m. tonight to look at that. I am exhausted. Still out here in North Dakota, 2 destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. So these are going to include Billings, Dunn, Golden Valley, McKenzie, Stark, Adams, Hettinger, Slope, and again, Stark counties, all out here in North Dakota. So, I mean, this is literally encompassing like 2/3 or 75% of the north to south, like diameter or like distance that covers North Dakota here. What I'm trying to say is the majority of North Dakota from the southern border to the northern border is within this destructive severe thunderstorm warning in the western part of North Dakota. So a very very large damaging wind threat going on here. And it really looks like our tornado threat is falling off entirely in North Dakota, where we could still have a couple of areas where we could see a tornado just across the border into South Dakota, or maybe with this one last mesocyclone going on here near Hettinger. But that's broadening out even at the mid levels, so I highly doubt that's going to be putting down a tornado at the ground. And there's tons of chasers out there, so if there was a funnel cloud or anything, we would know it by now. And as far as I can tell, this is all just radar indicated stuff. Yeah. As it looks like one of our tornado warnings has been updated here. That was our Christian County, Kentucky tornado warning. Did they really just shrunk it down even more, huh? Man, they are stubborn with this one. They just really want to keep it on the map. So, yeah, they as of 2 minutes ago, the latest funnel cloud reported sighting was at 8:28, so 3 minutes ago. Wow, 4 minutes ago. I mean, I cannot believe this thing still would have a funnel cloud. Genuinely, it's blowing my mind. But fair enough, I guess. I don't know, honestly. I really don't know why this tornado warning has been maintained so aggressively. But that's okay. I never am going to fault the National Weather Service for erring on the side of caution when you have reports that are of a funnel cloud. So, you know. Welcome back, Adrian. How was Toy Story? Enlighten me. Looking at our story here, we do have 2 tornado warnings, one in Tennessee, one in Kentucky. Both of those are rapidly falling apart, and I'm expecting them to expire shortly. We also have 1 tornado warning in Adams County, North Dakota, that is also weakening, and I'm expecting that one to eventually go away here as well, as our tornado threat really starts to lower for the evening. Okay, so these warnings are still maintained out here in Kentucky and Tennessee. And we have 11 minutes remaining on this sliver of a warning out here for Christian County, Kentucky, which I'm sure is going to be allowed to expire. And the latest funnel cloud sighting was, again, 6 minutes ago. So, and yeah, Logan in the chat is absolutely right. This is absolutely going to diminish the risk as we get into the overnight hours. Now, the low level jet coming into play could enhance things a little bit, but the problem is storm mode. We're just looking at a giant cluster at this point in the Dakotas. So everything is going to be pretty much donezo. Lucky Ducky Art has to go. Thank you very much for the kind words and for spending some time with us tonight. I really appreciate it. Definitely make sure to like, comment, share, subscribe. Anything that you can do to engage with us on socials is the number one thing you can do to help. So, and that includes just being here and watching. So I'm really grateful. I appreciate everyone who's been here tonight. As our Christian County, Kentucky warning has finally been lifted, that storm is officially done out here near Elkton. So that's great news. Because that storm was really bothering me. Now we have the one in Tennessee that is going to be lifted within a minute or two as well, as the rotation is completely gone and the storm is moving out of the polygon. So we're about to be down to one tornado warning in Adams County, North Dakota, where we do still have a rotating couplet at the mid levels. It's just not very impressive. It's there. It's just not very impressive. But we'll continue to watch it. In terms of storm reports, there's plenty of spotters out there to make them, but we have had effectively 0 storm reports. So we're going to continue to monitor this one, but most likely this is going to be our last tornado threat of the night is with this cell, unless we get something really random that happens down further south at the end of this line of thunderstorms here. Down here in South Dakota, excuse me. Yeah, unless some weird funny business happens down here, our tornado threat's probably going to be pretty much entirely gone, barring a very brief and weak spin-up tornado. That's definitely in the realm of possibility still. Now, I will say we do have a couplet down here near Allen, South Dakota. That one could pose a threat still, too. So there is that one. And then, of course, we have the giant discrete supercell down here, which is actually not discrete anymore. But we do still have a strong rotating couplet at the mid-levels at 10,000 feet associated with this one as well. The information you're seeing at the bottom of the screen is updated pretty much instantly, within like a minute of it being updated. And all that information goes right through the National Weather Service's API and comes directly to our overlay. So there's just a little bit of latency time in there, but other than that, it's more or less instant, in quotes. So yeah, I do think our tornado threat is pretty much entirely gone outside of this couplet near Allen in South Dakota. And then the possibility of this embedded now, it was discrete earlier, but now it's an embedded supercell here. Here near Antioch, or just north of, and northeast of Alliance out here, south of Rushville in Nebraska. So this one could pose maybe a slight tornado threat as well. So that is just my general opinion right now. I am not a believer in this cell here in North Dakota. But there are a lot of folks on it. Kason, welcome back. And Weather Wisdom back. Also, welcome back. Looks like everybody's coming back. That's awesome. Love to see it. Things are beginning to die down. I hate to break it to you, in case you are here for the entertainment, which is, of course, a reality we have to deal with. But obviously, our number one goal is giving good weather information. I'm not gonna, do the clickbait and everything and the fear mongering to try and entertain people. It's never been my thing. Never will be. Okay, back into Tennessee. I am expecting this tornado warning to expire within seconds, as this tornado warned cell really doesn't have much of any rotation, and it is completely moved out of the polygon here. So this one should be gone within minutes. It does have 6 minutes remaining on it, in terms of its warning time. So they may let it naturally expire since it's not long, but they really ought to just go ahead and lift it. And then back in Adams County, North Dakota, that is our only other warning on the map. That one has 21 minutes remaining still, but the couplet is broadening and beginning to move out of that area. As there we go. I think the Tennessee tornado warning has been lifted now. So this couplet in North Dakota has been broadening as well and moving and starting to move out of the polygon. So it may be lifted as well. They're probably going to let it live for another 5 minutes though. And we are going to stay with things here for a little bit longer tonight. Probably at least another 10 minutes and possibly as much as like 20 minutes, seeing unless things really ramp back up. And then we'll be calling it out for the evening here. As the remaining threat is still significant, but it is just going to be the more expected threat, which was the giant wind producing event pushing through North Dakota and South Dakota. So if you're anywhere out ahead of this line of thunderstorms, you definitely need to be taking this seriously in terms of the threat for wind this evening. Now, I will say they're not moving in the direction of that arrow. They're more so moving like this. So a lot of these areas may not really get like the brunt of the wind in the eastern half of South Dakota or North Dakota, excuse me, both Dakotas really. So, and you know, if you're in the western half of the Dakotas, basically, and the easternmost portions of Montana, definitely make sure that you are staying vigilant tonight and are prepared for potentially 80 to 90 mile per hour winds through the evening towards the AM hours. You know, around maybe 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. tonight, things will start to die down a little bit. We'll still have some stronger storms, but probably not these crazy winds that we have now, tagged for up to 90 mile per hour winds and 80 mile per hour winds, respectively, on these two destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. Yeah. We are still balling, though, tonight. Said a wall cloud was reported with that cell in Nebraska. Yeah, that does not surprise me, to be honest. It's got that mid-level rotation, like, and it's actually tightened up. It has recycled and really tightened up. So we could definitely see this one try to get going here. So if it does get going, we'll probably stay with this one too for a little while. Yeah, so we're going to stay on this one closely. And we did get a wall cloud reported here, a slowly rotating wall cloud 7 miles to his west. And that was 5 minutes ago. So good job by Andrew Guidarelli out there. Or getting that report submitted. There's not a lot of chasers out there. So it is important that everybody who is out there submits reports when they see anything. So this is definitely a cell to watch here. And again, there is an entire mesoscale discussion just about this cell right now in Nebraska. So this is really the last cell for me that I think could produce any kind of significant tornado risk. Now, we do have this one near Allen that could try to do it as well, but I don't really see it as very likely. It's already weakening. I think we're going to be entirely contained to this last cell here in the sand hills of Nebraska. I will say that this couplet here really hasn't changed at all. It hasn't really uptrended or downtrended in a while. It downtrended from where it was originally at, but definitely hasn't downtrended any further than that. So I will say that. Now they have issued another very large, considerable severe thunderstorm warning ahead of this. So I assume they're going to remove the destructive one. Yeah, it's got a minute left. So they are downgrading this now to 70 mile per hour winds as opposed to the 90 mile per hour winds it was tagged with earlier. We're also still seeing the 80 mile per hour wind destructive severe thunderstorm warning on the northern portion of this Boeing segment maintained for those 80 mile per hour winds for now. Check in on any reports, see if we got anything else new here. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, at around 13,000 feet here, still quite the impressive rotation going on. And again, this is very mid-level stuff. But we do have reports of a very slowly rotating wall cloud out here. So at the very least, it's trying. All right. Wall cloud in Nebraska. It's Nebraska. All right, our tornado warning for Adams County, North Dakota has been shrunken down a lot as well. But they have maintained it. I don't imagine they're going to issue a new tornado warning ahead of this, but they might. It's just all a guessing game here. If they did, it would be something along the lines of that, or slightly, it would be better drawn than that. Maybe something like this. So we will see what happens with it. And that's what you're seeing, or the chime that you would have heard if my chimes were working. Unfortunately, you can't hear them for some reason. We're trying to fix that. That is just this tornado warning getting shrunken down here. And again, it only has 12 minutes remaining on it. Yeah, we definitely have a wall cloud going on in Nebraska. We have multiple reports now of that. So definitely one to watch. Yeah, I'm seeing images of this wall cloud, and it is very much there. It is absolutely very much there. So it's not super low though. That's kind of the thing for me right now, is that it is not super low to the ground. It does look a little bit elevated. but it is definitely extending out ahead of the cell, so that's good for it if it's going to do its thing. It's that. Timothy's saying the hail wrapped in the mesocyclone is going to have to die down before we get any shot at tornado genesis. I don't know that that's necessarily true. I don't necessarily think that I would say that. If we had more separation, like a little bit of a better sheared environment down there, that would definitely help because we don't have quite as much shear going on, which might be what you're alluding to, Timothy. We just don't have quite as much shear available to us in this environment. I will say it looks like things have downtrended a bit. It's definitely broadened out. The velocities are still there, but it has broadened out a little bit. Okay, we actually have uptrended again on the most recent scan here. This is probably the best scan that we've seen thus far, so it'd probably be pretty soon if we were going to see it here. If we were going to see a tornado come out of this. And there are a handful of chasers on this. We have Nicholas Smego, Matt Granum, and Andrew Guidarelli, all out here on this storm. All right. So yeah, we're still live here, checking this out. Again, we have a tornado warning for Adams County, North Dakota, but it just doesn't flip my switch. And it's probably going to be removed within seconds here, or, you know, a couple of minutes, because that couplet is moving outside of the polygon. So we are going to try to stay to this Nebraska storm more than anything else. Just under 9,000 feet there. Okay, so we definitely want to be from the Teddy radar. Why is this LN when it's in Tedford? Because just the letters L and N are just simply not in Tedford. I don't know. It makes me think Lincoln, but obviously Lincoln is all the way over here. So anyway, completely and utterly irrelevant. Yeah, we do have uptrending going on here. So if we were going to get that tornado, it would probably be pretty soon. With the cell out in Nebraska, which does have a towering hail core, by the way. Lofting 60 dBz values upwards of 30,000 feet in the air. So a very powerful hail core here on this storm in Nebraska. So this one, for context, is out here in Cherry and Sheridan counties. I believe. Yep. Getting values into the 70s. You see those silvers sneaking into there on the last couple of radar scans here, getting values in the 70s here. Actually, one scan ago, we had a 74, and we have a 73 on the latest scan. So some large, these are just 1 pixel getting sent back, but some large values being returned to the radar unit. Lots of energy here. So definitely a very, very powerful updraft, able to suspend large hailstones pretty high. I will say we have downtrended again over the latest scan, but we'll see if that trend continues for one more scan here into the future. This Nebraska bit, I don't want this to ever die. Well, hang on. What is this? How did I not see this a second ago? Probably because it wasn't there until 2 seconds ago. Okay. So we have another possible couplet trying to form here, by the way. Another little area of rotation northeast of Alliance. I was about to say Alliance. Okay, so we are definitely downtrending on our mesocyclone out here, which is definitely going to become rain wrapped, as it looks like a lot of these chasers are bailing out of it for that reason. It looks like it's probably just about to become rain wrapped in here. They have issued a considerable severe thunderstorm warning on this cell for golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And again, this is out here in Nebraska for Sheridan County. And then our Adams County, North Dakota tornado warning should be gone any second here, as the couplet is fully outside of the warning polygon, and it's also extremely broad. They did just issue a destructive severe thunderstorm warning tag for this storm, though, where they have listed 80-mile-per-hour winds and small hail. It is not tornado possible tagged, however. So that leads me to believe one of two things is going to happen with this. One, they're going to issue a new tornado warning out ahead of this polygon, something that looks like this. Or two, they are not convinced that this is going to produce a tornado at any point here. And I would be leaning towards number two personally. So we'll see what happens in the next couple minutes. Gotta love the Nebraska bit. So still downtrending with our original mesocyclone here. But we do have a new one trying to develop, which is also not really doing anything here. So in a few minutes, if we're still looking like this, we'll probably call off the broadcast for the evening. I think I'll wait until that Adams County, North Dakota tornado warning is lifted, which it was. Okay. So we are down to 0 tornado warnings. As you can see at the top of your screen, that warning being updated right now. So we are officially tornado warning lists. We have no tornado warnings on the map, but we do have a bunch of destructive severe thunderstorm warnings that were just put in place here. So I'll talk about these really quickly. So we have another one that's got an hour. So this one's tagged for 80-mile-per-hour winds, as it is headed for all sorts of places. This one is going to be for Billings, Dunn, McKenzie, McLean, Mercer, Morton, Montreal, Oliver, Stark, and Williams counties out here in North Dakota. And then we have another destructive severe thunderstorm warning that's a lot smaller. And that one is just for Adams, Grant, and Hettinger County in North Dakota. That's down here in southern North Dakota, where we are looking at some more 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts rolling through that area. So it looks like our hail threat and our tornado threat is pretty much mitigated for the night, if not completely gone. So at that point, we will probably end off the broadcast in a minute here. I want to check one more time on our Nebraska storm before I make the decision on whether or not we're going to end things off. And I think I'll hang out with this one for probably 2 more radar scans and see if anything develops. And if we're going to see a big recycling of the mesocyclone here with like a little bit of a meso handoff. If we don't get that, then we're probably going to end the broadcast here, as our tornado threat is definitely done for the most part for the night. Now, I do want to say, if you do happen to be in the Dakotas or even in Nebraska, you still need to be very attentive for the wind threat overnight. Just because we're not going live doesn't mean there isn't a severe weather threat. There is still a significant wind threat associated with these storms, especially out in North Dakota. For help weather in the chat, talking about the hazard map and flash flood warnings. I'm not sure I know exactly what you're talking about with them being the same color as the heat watches, because the heat watches are like a tan color, aren't they? And all the flooding stuff is green, unless there's something I'm missing. As yeah, it looks like we're really falling apart here, and we're about to become fully outflow dominant. So at that point, in Nebraska here, our tornado risk is going to be almost zero, and we're going to be down to a giant wind threat with all of these thunderstorms that are stretching all the way from basically northern Montana all the way down through the Nebraska Panhandle. So tons of wind threat as we go through the evening tonight, with the potential for a possible spin up tornado embedded in one of these lines of thunderstorms or clusters of thunderstorms, plus some small hail or maybe some local areas of large hail are possible, but I'm not expecting any more threat of that giant hail. That stuff that's baseball plus size. I'm not expecting anything like that for really the rest of the night. There could be an isolated instance of that. As this next scan is in, we're going to look at it here. It's not in on our velocities yet. If we haven't uptrended on this next scan here in our velocities, we're probably going to get to that point of ending the broadcast here within a couple of minutes. And again, I know my overlay hasn't updated yet. It still says there's one tornado warning, but there are in fact no tornado warnings on the map. And yeah, like Adrian said, if you're in the chat right now, definitely like and subscribe. It is the #1 thing that you can do to support us. It would mean the world to me. A quick little look, by the way, at the rest of the evening here, and you can view this for yourself on our website. And also you can download and export images. It's fantastic. We do still have that risk of severe weather in place. And again, this tornado risk is much smaller now. And honestly, I think the tornado risk in all of North Dakota should be just like pretty much a 2%. Obviously, they're not going to update it again, even if they agreed with me, because they already did their update for the evening. But definitely the possibility that out here in Nebraska and southern South Dakota, one of those cells can become tornadic in the evening. So that's still something to watch for. Our wind threat is still more than there for the evening. So this is still a very valid map for the wind threat tonight. You got to be taking it seriously if you're in those areas. And the hail threat, I'm not really too concerned about, but it is possible we see a few isolated instances of large damaging hail. In terms of going into tomorrow, our severe weather risk is really kind of scattered. It's a little similar to today, to be honest with you, but no tornado risk this time, just a little bit of a wind risk and a hail risk. We're not expecting things to be quite as vicious as they were tonight in terms of the wind or the hail. And then finally, looking ahead to Monday, this is the more exciting day in terms of severe weather, I guess. Depends how you look at it. It's exciting if you like the weather, and obviously it's not exciting at all if you're in these zones. It's the opposite of exciting. So we are expecting the severe weather to return back to the northern Midwest and the easternmost portions of the northern plains here. And at that point, we don't know exactly where things are going to set up and exactly what they're going to look like yet. We're going to need to see how things play out on Sunday, where our boundaries set up, and all sorts of business like that, because a lot of this severe weather threat is going to be contingent on how far north this warm front can push. If it can get further north and we have a larger warm sector, we're going to see more severe weather, more large hail, more tornadoes, and more of a discrete storm mode. But if it stays further to the south, then we're going to see a more limited storm mode in terms of discreteness. We're going to see a lot more of just a line of thunderstorms that's going to blow through this area here. So that is kind of what we're watching for Monday. And we'll go ahead and check back in on our storm out here in Nebraska, which is still downtrending, but the original mesocyclone is definitely downtrending. But we do have a second area of rotation on the back end of this storm now. And the original mesocyclone labeled with a 1 and the new one with a 2. The old one is still downtrending and is not looking super threatening. neither of them are really looking that concerning to me. I think we're about to become pretty outflow dominant here, and it kind of looks like the outflow is starting to win the battle. You can see these greens really intensifying out, and these reds are not quite as powerful coming in. Same thing's going on over here. However, this is a newly developing area of rotation there in this secondary area that I just circled. Sean Hammond saying GR is still one of the best. I completely agree. I think it is the best tool for just pure raw level 3 radar data analysis. And then Chukasoba saying, good evening. Hope there wasn't much action today. Always hoping for a boring weather day. I couldn't agree more. And we kind of got that today, which was good. The wind threat was more than there, but we didn't get that tornado risk verified very well, which is fantastic news. And the hail threat was there as well for parts of the evening at least. Our storm chaser, Alan, saying press the like button. It's free. This is very true. Definitely listen to Alan. He's a smart guy. And Help Weather saying, I sent a screenshot on Discord of how the colors look similar. Okay, yeah, let me look at that. I'm assuming you put it in general. Ooh. Oh, I see that. Weird. I'll show this on stream. This is what we're talking about here. So this northern part over here, like up into Illinois, Iowa, Wisconsin, that is an extreme heat advisory, I think. And then down here, this is a flash flood watch. They're like almost the exact same color. Just down here, the flash flood watch is just slightly lighter, I think. Very strange. That is very odd. I've never seen that, to be honest with you. I've always seen flash flood stuff as green and heat as like that tan and orange colors. So that, I don't know, that's kind of odd. Ugh. Yeah, the green circle is the flash flood warnings, and the red is extreme heat watches. Weird. That is really weird. I have not noticed that or seen that. Okay. So, continuing to monitor the situation here. It looks like we had another updraft sort of develop here as well. Or maybe this was a handoff of this southern one. So we have another one over here, another one over here, possibly 3 going on. None of them look like they are going to be able to produce a tornado at any point here, to be 100% honest with you. That's just where we're at. I think everything's really starting to die down. We can look at METAR here. And you're going to see these winds are starting to shift a little bit. Still kind of coming out of the southeast in Nebraska, at least in central Nebraska, out this direction. Obviously, behind your storms, they're now coming down from the northeast. And yeah, you can see these surface winds, man, in like southern North Dakota. That's why I was so worried about that area potentially having a strong tornado if a cell could remain discrete. Was just because those surface winds were so well backed. You had the cape, you had the spin, you had everything you needed in that environment, but we didn't have the storm mode. Oh, I see what Tim said. I think he's right. Interesting. I see what Timothy said in the Discord, and I do think he's right about that, about them overlapping. We do have another area of rotation up here in South Dakota still. This one, it was there earlier and it fizzled out, and it looks like it's recycling now. This is near Wanblee in Long Valley. To be honest, I'm not. I wouldn't be shocked if they had this warned. Obviously, they don't. There's no one out there to look at it. And yeah, I don't know. But again, multiple destructive severe thunderstorm warnings up in North Dakota and a couple of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings as well. 2 in North Dakota, 1 in Nebraska. And then we still have 9 general severe thunderstorm warnings going on around the map from Montana, South Dakota, Nebraska, North Dakota. And that's it. We're all contained to the northern plains here at this point. So we're still rolling on, still staying with things here for at least for a few more minutes. Well, while we're all sitting here together doing nothing, if you have nothing to do, feel free to like and comment on any of our recent forecast videos, as well as follow us on other socials if you haven't done that already. And most importantly, genuinely, visit our website. I'm going to put the link again in the chat. And the reason I'm saying this, I'm linking you to a specific page. I don't make money off the website. I'm not driving anyone to like add traffic to our website for any reason, for like monetary purpose. But this tool is genuinely really useful. It's a really great tool to visualize the Storm Prediction Center's outlook. You can export it to your friends and family to make sure that they can stay weather aware. And you can get all the details that you need. And also on our forecast page, you can get a full forecast for your location as well. So again, I'm not here sitting here trying to promote my website like because I gain something from it. This is entirely for you guys. This is for the people. I gain nothing from people visiting the website. In fact, I spend money for the website to exist so that people can visit it. For the time being, that could change one day in the future, but that day is not now. And it's not probably for a long time. We do still have a couple areas of broad rotation going on here in Nebraska. 3 little areas of concern. But we're probably going to go ahead and cut the broadcast off here as things are really dying down and we're switching into just a giant wind threat here. So we are going to go ahead and end things off. I do want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight. It has been a long broadcast, about 5.5 hours that we've spent together covering all the weather out here in the plains and back through the Tennessee Valley and even into the mid-Atlantic earlier in the afternoon. So I really appreciate everyone tuning in for that. It's always great to serve. It's always great to be here and help out, cover the severe weather. Make sure that you share us with your friends and family so that they can stay safe and weather aware as well. And we'll probably not be going live tomorrow night as the severe weather risk doesn't seem super intense, but we will most certainly be putting out a forecast video and going live on Monday, assuming things don't completely fall apart. So that'll be the last major severe weather day for a little while. So there's that as well. And I am really intrigued by this South Dakota warning. I have to look at this because the counties are Bennett, Jackson, and SDC 113. Those are the counties under a warning. I don't know what that means. SDC 113. What does that mean? It's not that one. I was about to end things, but I'm really intrigued by what this is right now. Stanley and Southeastern Dewey. Wait, did I actually? I don't even think I looked at this one. Jones County. Okay. I'm so intrigued by this. Sorry. I'm losing my mind here. I've never seen this. It's Perkins County. Like, what? That's just got to be a bug or something. For reference, what I'm looking at, by the way, here's my warnings window. And it's this warning right here that I've highlighted in blue. Bennett, Jackson, and SDC 113. Those are the counties that are under warning for some reason in South Dakota. I don't know what that's about. I've never seen that before. I really have no idea what that is. But yeah, that's what I'm looking at. And why I dragged it on for a couple extra minutes here. But yeah. And they have gone ahead, by the way, and issued another considerable severe thunderstorm warning downstream of our main one. It's not even tornado possible tagged, so they're not confident in any type of a significant tornado risk with these storms down here. None of these warnings are tornado possible tagged, and I really don't think they need to be. This is just broad rotation out here in Nebraska now, and the thermodynamics are going to begin to fail these storms here pretty soon. So, yeah, it could be the county code. That's a good point from Help Weather. But yeah, we are going to go ahead and end off the broadcast officially this time. I really appreciate everyone being here tonight and tuning in. Again, make sure you have notifications turned on for Monday, as we will be back in action in full force with another severe weather day. But yeah, that's all I got for you guys. Thank you so much, and stay safe tonight, and have a great Sunday tomorrow.